Okay, comrades, welcome. Um, Pekin, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, cool. All right, welcome to uh, Fakemon Fire Red again, and we have a special guest here today. Yes, hello, Trez. Thank you for the sub. Um, but yeah, so this is the creator of the ROM hack. You've been working on this for how many years? You said?
I've been working on this for I think it's probably around 10 years in total.
Wow.
Like as a as a side project. Yeah,
And
yeah, it's a full decade.
you guys in chat, you can hear him, right? Just can. Okay, yeah, they can hear you. Hell yeah. All right, cool. That's what I was worried about. But yeah, so I did I did the monotype run of this recently, so I figured I would kind of pick up where that left off. It's a different playthrough, but this is version 2. So there's a uh, full Pokedex of um, the entire Generation 3 Pokedex, so that's 386 Fakemon. These are all original. But I made a point to catch as many of them as possible for the stream.
You've been
So
busy.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But he had to help me out on a few of these. But yeah, I actually don't know how this wound up in my Pokedex because I'm not supposed to have this now. I did,
That's
I
that's
did,
the roaming one.
yeah. Um, I don't know how this wound up in my Pokedex. I'm, you know, like beta testing and stuff. I've used my fair share of like cheats and stuff to get around and speed some things up.
Right.
So I don't know if, yeah, I don't know
Because
how that got in my Pokedex.
you haven't beat the Elite Four once in this playthrough, have you?
Not yet, no.
Not yet. No. Okay, maybe one of the cheats set a flag or something that triggers it. I don't know.
Yeah, I have no clue. But this is the. Actually, hold on a second. The audio is going to pause for a moment. I got to switch the input to. I play with a PS5 controller, but sometimes on VBA the latency just decides to act up, and I have to switch to using the keyboard, which I hate, but whatever.
Joys
Anyway,
of
so
beta testing.
stay again.
Just the joys of beta testing.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, so this is the team I'm going with. It's not balanced at all. These are just some of my favorites. Um,
Oh.
yeah, this is Gopscorch. Um,
Yeah, sure.
it's I don't know if you have like preferred ways to pronounce these or whatever.
I'm really curious to hear just your pronunciations.
Gotcha. Um, yeah, I think this thing is really cool. I love the color scheme, and I like that it's a psychic fire type that absorbs water because it's a jellyfish. Um,
Yeah, it's
it's really cool.
it's a jellyfish because in Danish the what's it called? I think it's called is it called lion's mane jellyfish or something? And the Danish name for those just literally translates to fireman.
Oh wow, interesting. Yeah, I was super curious. Like once I found out you were from Denmark, I was like, how many of these names are based on the are have like plays on words that I don't get.
Pretty much just Cupscorch actually.
Really? Okay. I mean, there's a
It's
lot
off
that I
the top
do
of my
get.
head anyway.
Anyway, this is Spectrab, and this kind of evolves in a way that's similar to like Ninjask and Shedinja from the canon games. So like, there's um, what's it called? Uh, Scrap, and then it evolves into Crancer. And if you have an open slot in your party, this thing shows up, and it's Rock Ghost, which is one of the only typings in the canon games that they haven't done yet. Same thing with Molescent, Ground Fairy. It's got tough claws, so it does hits like a freight train. Um, this is the only Pokemon from version 1 of the game that I have in my party right now. Just because I've always liked this thing. Its Pokedex entry says it's based on spyware, which is a really neat idea. Um, and this is the new pseudo legend, right?
Yeah.
Um, And I also wanted to use, I thought it'd be cool to use just a mono cosmic typing. And then there's Blastian, of course, because I love this thing. It's a firewall. Get it? Brilliant. I love it.
I got a lot of feedback on Blastion. Yeah, I like it as well.
Anyway, time to go get my ass kicked. The Elite
Good luck.
Four is hard. The Elite Four is really hard. You jumped up their levels, I think.
I did, yeah, a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know every Pokemon in the game is so ridiculously overpowered that
I love
I don't
that
know.
so much. Like, you know, I mentioned that in my post on Reddit because I was like, yeah, all these Pokemon are really overpowered, but that's like, but everything is overpowered. Like,
Yeah, it's like
everything's
what's his name
good.
from The Incredibles, right? The Syndrome, the villain from there, right? Like when everyone is super. Like
Yeah. But yeah, I used to. Have you ever like looked into like competitive Pokemon or anything like that? Even just like lurking or seeing what's up? Yeah, maybe.
maybe lurking a bit and checking up stuff on like Smogon, or I think Reddit has their own subreddit as well called Stunfisk, discussing like competitive Pokemon. I haven't really been into that too much, but yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So that was so yeah, I'm not into it, but I lurk on it a lot just because I think it's fascinating what people do with that stuff. Anyways, this is one of the Mega Evolutions. Um, all of the Elite Four have a Pokemon that can Mega Evolve. But yeah, because I follow that stuff, like I do know like what's generally considered like overpowered and competitive for the people that do that stuff. And yeah, like all of this stuff is just like awesome. This move right here, Firebolt, it's a fire type priority move, so it's like fire type quick attack. And then this move, you added like a bunch of new moves into the game that are like, they have like one type, but then they have a status effect on them that's normally like this is a psychic move, but it causes paralysis. That's really neat.
I think I'm in the same boat as well. When it comes to like competitive Pokemon, yeah, I lurk on it a bit, and I think it's fascinating. Yeah, like what you said, what people come up with. Yeah, and I think just reading up on some of that stuff, and I think some of that made its way into some of these new moves and all these weird new Pokemon.
Yeah. I did a double take when I first ran into that thing. I was like, wait, is that a redesign of
Crystal.
Fractice? Yeah, or Kristoff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was initially, yeah. It started out that way. Started out by as just a redesign of Kristoff, but I got some feedback somewhere, I think, where they said they liked the old design better.
Mm-hmm.
But I liked this new design too much as well, so I kept it in under under a different name just because I liked it too much.
Mm-hmm.
And then I ended up reworking just the sprites of Fractus and Kristoff.
I love this thing.
Yeah,
Abominant.
that's a personal favorite as well.
Yeah. What you did with the ice type is really cool too, because like, I don't know, in regular Pokemon games, like I can never bring myself to use ice types because they just get hit super effective by everything. Yeah, making them resist both of the new types that you added was like a really cool touch. I'm sweeping Lorelei. I'm sorry. Oh no! Oh man, she got an attack off. No, I'm gonna do really well, and then when I get to what's his name, Drake? Yeah, Drake's gonna,
Oh wait, that's Lance.
or not? Yeah, not Drake, Lance. Yeah, when I get to Lance, Lance is gonna spank my ass. That Moldrake thing. Oh god, that thing is evil.
Ridiculous.
Fire Blast. No, Cool King. Oh man. My wife is watching on her PC next to me. Yeah, she loves Chrysalian. She loves
Oh,
cute
cool.
Pokemon.
I tried to work in some cute Pokemon as well.
Yeah.
And I think
Please don't
something like
miss.
Damn.
No, fuck! God damn it! It missed. Yeah, Migraine has like let's just say imperfect accuracy. Come on, there we go.
It's like 70% or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's Ice Cosmic. Yeah. So this thing is really cool because it's like the Pokedex entry makes it clear that like on the planet that it comes from, it's considered a plant. So it learns like a bunch of grass moves, but it's not a grass type. I just think stuff like that, stuff like that's really cool.
I think it's also in the plant egg group.
Oh, really? Yeah. So I've been using Hex Maniac Advance, which is like it's a hex for everybody in chat. Hex Maniac Advance is a hex editor, but it's specifically designed to look at Pokemon ROMs, and it showed me like all sorts of stuff that was really helpful in beta testing this. One thing it does not show me is the egg moves though, and I couldn't really figure out how to deduce what those are. Yeah, I named my character Devnull. That's no. Devnull is a nerdy. That's a nerdy IT reference. So Devnull, for anybody that doesn't know, Devnull is basically like the Unix version of the trash or the recycle bin, but it's so much more epic sounding because anything that you write to Devnull or anything that you write Devnull to is obliterated, ceases to exist. It just zeroes everything out. It's like dividing something by zero. So I thought that would be a cute name for a beta test character. Question: what was your main motivations to start making Fakemon? All right, you take it away. I'm gonna.
I think my main motivation was just to make a. I always liked drawing. I always liked drawing Pokemon, and I figured I just wanted to make a Pokemon game with my own Pokemon that I want to play. So I think keeping it up for 10 years like this, just wanted to make my own Pokemon game just for me, basically. And I think that's pretty much it, really. And it was just fun to do. It was just fun to dive into this world of ROM hacking, and yeah.
Yeah, eventually.
Sorry. I just wanted to answer the next question, but if you had something.
No, go ahead. Yeah, no, I want to prioritize any questions chat Scott for you. So yeah.
Right. No, this is actually my second ROM hack. I worked on one prior to this, which didn't really end up getting an official name, really. I think it's just called Pekin's Ruby hack, I think, officially. There's a wiki for it as well, and it's the same concept, really. It's just Pokemon Ruby, but with my Fakemon designs. But it's not very polished. I think it's not. It was a fun practice project, but I think Fakemon Fire Red is it's much more polished, much better experience, I think. But yeah, it's out there. Pekin's Ruby hack I think it has a wiki as well. If it hasn't been taken down yet.
It is not. I was actually just looking at it today because you have it linked on the Fakemon Fire Red wiki. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. A few of my Fakemon from Pekin's Ruby hack carry over to Fakemon Fire Red, but most of them have been updated, or at least the sprite work has been updated. But there are a few crossovers.
Yeah, I did notice that there's a lot of, shall we say, veteran Pokemon that made it in here that I recognized.
Yeah.
Yeah, eventually I want to get around to asking you a bunch of questions about how exactly you go about doing ROM hacking, because, like, I can imagine, like, I've tinkered with tools like PGE, Pokemon Game Editor, and of course Hexmaniac Advance that, like, in theory you can make a ROM hack with, but yeah, I don't think they were there 10 years ago, so I'm curious what tools you had to use to get this going.
I think short answer is a lot of tools, a lot of different tools. I'm not even sure what I had at my disposal 10 years ago. I've only done what's called binary ROM hacking, I think, in the ROM hacking scene. By
Don't tell me
now,
that's ROM hacking with, like, binary instead of hex code, is it?
Oh, it's not. It's not.
Okay,
Not at all.
okay. That'll be a nightmare.
No, I'm not that. No. I think binary ROM hacking. I'm not sure why it's called that, but it's that's basically what you've been looking at, right? It's ROM hacking with all these different tools that you can use to go in and edit stuff in the ROM. But if you Google ROM hacking by now, I think the main thing that people recommend is looking at these decomps that they've put out. People have put out, I think it's the source code for these games, then they have tools for that, which allows you to do much more, but it's a whole thing to get into that, and I haven't done that. It seems difficult to me. Binary coding, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Even hex editing, like, can get kind of crazy, because, like, you depending on how things are with, like, little endian or big endian, it's like stuff will be backwards or forwards, or like the the first set of bits will come first, and then the second will come second, or it'll be flipped. It was like that. It was flipped when I did like a lot of my save state hacking for like that playthrough I was telling you about in our DMs of that game Legend of Lugaia. Yeah, I've I don't know. It's just really fascinating to me, and I think it's really cool that, like, there's just so many. Yeah, I've played a ton of ROM hacks, but honestly, this one is absolutely my favorite. There's, I think after Fakemon Fire Red, my next favorite would be not even a ROM hack, but probably Pokemon Insurgents. You ever played that? Any of the RPG Maker stuff?
I actually haven't. I haven't played any ROM hacks. I think other than. Oh, I think I tried Crystal Clear.
Crystal Clear. The names they come up for these with these things are hilarious sometimes.
They're very very inventive. Yeah, I tried one called Crystal Clear, and other than that, I've just been working on like Fakemon Fire Red in my own little ROM hacking bubble. So I don't really know too much about the ROM hacking scene outside of my own work, actually. Crystal Meth ROM hack. I think Crystal Clear was like a sort of open world Pokemon Crystal thing.
Right. So, like, the like Pokemon Insurgents isn't actually a ROM hack. It's made with, like, RPG Maker. You've heard of RPG Maker, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, like, a bunch of, and there's other ones too. There's like Pokemon Uranium, and Pokemon Infinite Fusion was a trip.
I think I've heard all those names at least, but haven't tried them.
Yeah. with whatever spare time you have, I definitely recommend them. They're all really good because I until I played your ROM hack, I honestly preferred all of those RPG Maker games to things like Pokemon Vega. Um, well, actually, it's one of the most well-known Pokemon ROM hacks. For anybody in chat who doesn't know, is it's like a trio of games, kind of like canon Pokemon games. It's Pokemon Vega, Altair, and Sirius, and they are good. Like they've got they're well done. They have like an original world map, and they have canon Pokemon, but they also have Fakemon. A lot of them. Um, However, they're also like just tooth grindingly difficult. Like there's such a just massive difficulty curve, and you gotta do so much grinding to catch up with like gym leader levels and stuff. Um, and it's just tedious. It goes above challenge and is just annoying. Um, and I actually it was so bad I've never finished Pokemon Vega like completely, like including all the post game stuff. I just couldn't. Um, but what I liked about what you did is that it was just focused on the Fakemon, and that's I've told my chat before talking about Pokemon games. Like the new games, I'm just like, just give me like new Pokemon, please. I don't need all this other fluff. I don't need all these unskippable cutscenes and dialogue and story. I just want new monsters to play with. Like, what's so hard about that? Um,
I think that's actually like that whole mindset towards Pokemon is a big part of. I think actually why I wrote to you about this beta testing thing, because I remember we wrote a bit back and forth on Reddit about my hack. It's probably a couple of years ago.
mhm.
At this point, uh, I remember you wrote something about the black and white versions being your favorites because of mainly because of the new Pokemon they introduced and this whole uh, this whole approach to Pokemon was something that it's I feel the same, right? So
Mhm.
I figured I'd send this beta thing to you. Yeah.
Yeah, and
And
I've
thanks,
I've
by
never
the way.
I've never beta tested anything before, but I do work at IT. I'm a Linux systems administrator. That's what I do for a living, sadly. And it's so
Privilege.
I have some technical skills, and so even though I never beta tested anything before, I knew to kind of go through and like look at everything and um, test everything, talk to every NPC except for the one in the. So there's a chat. There's a NPC in the Viridian City Pokemon Center, like right at the beginning of the game, that just gives you this Pokemon. There's this one Pokemon that she just gives you an infinite number of, not like never stops. That if you have empty space in your party, she will keep giving you a copy of this Pokemon, and it has the ability Synchronize, which means that Pekin, you actually buffed it to make it so that it's 100%, but in the canon game, Synchronize gives you like a 50% chance or something like that of like the wild Pokemon's nature being the same as yours. And so you can just keep getting these Pokemon until you get ones that have the natures that you want for the stat boost. And that was like one of the best additions to this version, and it was one of the few NPCs I didn't talk to. Uh,
Yeah, I just hate hunting for the. I just hate hunting for the right nature, and I figured, yeah, that was one way to do it.
God damn it, Hardroid's gonna die. Uh, my team is not balanced, by the way. Like I've got Digital Fire, Cosmic, Ground Fairy, Psychic Fire. I got 2 fire types and 2 digital types, Rock Ghost and Digital Dark. So my entire team actually, I think with the exception of Pulsion and Gobscourge because of its ability, my entire team is weak to water, which is just the story of my life. Because I really like fire types. I don't know who to switch to. Shit. Uh, Whatever. I'll just
Oh wait, that's from me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
My favorite.
Chat's heard my opinions on like everything. They want to know what they're all the questions I assume are for you.
Right. My favorite gen, yeah, that's Gen 5 for sure. Black and White and Black and White 2. I think they just all my favorite Pokemon. I actually don't know. Yeah, I actually don't know. I think maybe Mewtwo.
Mewtwo, really.
Yeah, I don't know. The first Pokemon movie just has a very nostalgic place somewhere.
Yeah. My wife
And
agrees.
I don't know. It's not really design wise or anything, but just this whole watching that as a kid and watching Mewtwo give this speech about it doesn't matter where you come from or stuff like that. No, it's just it just has a special place. Mewtwo has a special place, I think.
It sounds like I need to go back and rewatch those. Yeah.
Yeah.
This thing just used Nasty Plot again. And again. Okay, cool. He's just gonna keep spamming Nasty Plot, and I'm sorry, she. I misgendered this Necro. By the way, speaking about favorite Pokemon, let me introduce you to this guy. You recognize it?
It's Bacargo.
Yep. It's a... What did you say it was? How is this? What is it made of? It's like a...
Felted wool.
Yeah, needle felted wool. Magcargo is one of my favorite canon Pokemon. Actually, both of my favorite canon Pokemon are from Gen 2. It's Magcargo and Octillery. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh, no, come on, Hardroid. Holy shit.
That's rough. That's rough. Was that 3 nasty plots? 2?
Brock says that's rough.
Sorry, my wife's laughing at chat. She has quite the cackle. No, you're good. He's a Pixix Glitchix in chat, by the way.
Right.
Okay, this thing is so cool. I just want to talk about this. I'm sorry, every time I want to stop and talk, it's when one of my Pokemon has critical HP, and so you guys are having to listen to the fucking alarm. But yeah, this is one of those Pokemon that I think I briefly mentioned that has, when you level it up, so Poltermon was actually from V1, and in V2, when you level up Shalago, it spawns a Megon, its pre-evolved form, and the Megon attaches to Poltermon, and it becomes a new Pokemon, and it adds the Cosmic type in all of Megon's moves. That is such a cool idea. Like, I can't get over it.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that the idea of a Magon as like the parasite thing just rattled around in my brain forever before I came up with a concept that I really liked. For a long while, the only way to get my oldest daughter to sleep was just walking around with her in her room, and while pacing back and forth for like an hour each night. That idea of the parasitic Magon thing just rolled around in my head for ages before I came up with something.
Interesting story.
Yeah.
This thing, I really like this thing too, Mega Crypt. It's one of the V1 Pokemon, but this thing was actually on my Elite Four team in the first playthrough I ever did. Did you do? I wanted to ask you. Did I mentioned this on that ridiculously nerdy spreadsheet that I did, but Ghost is the only type that didn't get any changes based on the Cosmic and Digital types. Like it doesn't. It's not hit super effectively by either of them. It doesn't. There's no type interactions there. Was that on purpose, or did it just work out that way?
I think it just worked out that way. I don't remember actually like the thought behind every matchup that the cosmic type and the digital type brings with it. Because it's so long ago. There are at least some reasoning behind every matchup. I just don't remember all of them, and the way that those matchup balance the game. I think honestly, I just didn't put too much thought into. In some ways, I did, right? Like the ice type is more defensive now. Like I wanted to boost the ice type that way a bit. But other than that, I think like digital being weak to bug and stuff like that was just something that seemed thematically fun in some way.
Yeah, that's really good. This thing just hit me with Focus Blast. Like, how bad is that for luck? Unless it has no guard. It could have no guard. I don't remember.
I think the Vengeance has no guard, actually. Let me check. Wait, it might have. I was pretty generous with no guard.
Yeah,
as well.
You were generous with a lot of cool abilities. Like, all the cool abilities from the canon games. Yeah,
no,
like...
wait. Yeah, it gets Levitate or no guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like every cool ability that people know and love from the canon games is like just passed out like candy here, and like almost no Pokemon has a useless ability unless it's a pre-evolution that has like a useless ability that becomes like a really awesome one when it evolves.
Not a lot of inner focus and stuff like that.
Yeah. One type interaction I don't get, and that is really frustrating me right this particular second, is the fact that I know this thing is part fighting, and fighting resists digital.
Yeah, why is that?
I don't quite get that one, but you know, that's fine.
I think maybe I put normal and fighting in sort of the same boat. Like they both resist digital, right? I think they.
Oh, because digital's nerdy, and normal types are normies, and fighting types are jocks, so they resist nerd.
That's good, yeah. Let's go with that.
God, that's right. I just sent out a psychic type against the ghost type.
Yeah, you were asking for that. Oh, wait, there's a question for me. Thanks. What are your plans for the future regarding ROM hacking? Do you want to start a new project? Or do you want to have more content to this one? I think I want Fakemon Fire Red off my mind at this point. I think I want to finish it and just put it out there with what it is. So I've taken a lot of notes from a lot of the feedback that you've given me, and a lot of bugs that I found and stuff that I want to fix, and a few little things that I want to add. And I think when I'm done with that, I think I want to put it out there, and I want to start working on updating the wiki as well. I think the wiki is actually a big part of it, because for me, I like to have a place to look at the stats and moves and sort of plan my team, and I think the wiki is just an easy way to do that. So I want to finish this and update the wiki, and then I want to not work on ROM hacking for a bit, I think.
Fair enough.
Maybe make a Gen 2 ROM hack at some point.
Oh wow. Gen 2, like original Gold and Silver, or Heart Gold and Soul Silver?
No, original Gold and Silver, I think.
Oh, okay.
If I ever go back to ROM hacking at some point, I think I want to try working on a Gen 2 ROM hack, because I just, yeah, it's again this nostalgic feel, this the Gen 2 graphics, the Gen 2 music, just triggers something.
Yeah, speaking of nostalgia, you know, you had mentioned like you know, that you struggled with inserting cries into the game.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed with all of these cries that you've added. We'll go through the Pokedex later, and so I can showcase some of them for the chat, but some of these cries just sound awesome, and I'm one of those people that I know there's some people really are sick of the sort of digital bit crushed, like, old school Pokemon cries, and they want Pokemon to start making like real animal noises or just saying their names. I am not of that school of thought. I like having them, make little bleeps and bloops. Um, and yeah, I think you've done some really good ones. There was one
Thanks,
Pokemon that
man.
I actually leveled and EV trained just on the basis of its cry alone, and that's Martodont. Uh, that thing's cry is so cool.
I don't even remember what that sounds like.
It sounds like some I can't describe it. They're hard to describe, old school Pokemon cries. So
Right,
yeah.
right. Gotta pull it up here from my.
I really don't want this thing to shell smash and then sweep me. Does rock resist? Rock resists cosmic. I thought that was interesting. I thought it was cool that you gave rock an extra resistance, because rock is kind of considered a shitty defensive type, which is counterintuitive.
Yeah, yeah. I think the same logic as ice. Really, I wanted to boost rock a little defensively. Yeah, I just found Martodon's cry again. Yeah, it's really fun.
How'd you make them?
Yeah.
Like Audacity, or
In a lot of different ways, really. For some of the cries, I had help from a user on Poke Community, I think, who I talked to, and he sent me. He actually made a bunch of just random cries and sent them to me. I think he
Okay.
made like 12 cries or something, and he sent those to me, and I used those to. A few of those I inserted as they were, and some others I worked on in in Audacity, and it weird stuff to them, and yeah, just all sorts of effects and weird stuff until I had something that sounded like a cry that I wanted to use. And for others, I've used Freesound a lot. It was freesound.org, I think it is. Yeah. Just for finding a bunch of weird little sound bites, and working with those in Audacity. Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember reading about if you go and read up on the the cries of like Gen 1 Pokemon. I don't know, I think Bulbapedia has like a whole article on cries and how like in Generation 1 there were actually, there's 151 Pokemon, but there were actually only like the number of actual unique cries in the game was only like 1/3 of that, and like most Pokemon's cries were just pitched up, pitched down, or like reversed or chopped up versions of another Pokemon's cry. Just kind of
Yeah,
weird
that's
stuff
right.
like that.
I just found the article because it's fascinating. I think in Generation 1 there are 38 base cries, and yeah, every cry is just in Gen 1 is a version of one of those 38 base cries. Yeah.
Always just picking up the good thing this isn't a Nuzlocke, I'd be screwed. Although actually, one day, it'll probably be a minute, but I think this would be really fun to do a Nuzlocke of, just because, especially in this version, you get so many cool Pokemon thrown at you from like the very beginning of the game. So like, even if you did a Nuzlocke run, like, going to any, there really aren't any like shitty Pokemon to catch. Like no matter what you have to catch on a given route or area, it's going to be something cool and useful.
Never done the Nuzlocke actually.
Really, you know what they are,
Yeah.
right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I've only done, I think one full one anyway, and it was a randomizer of Black and White 2. I think it was Black 2, because I like Reshiram. And yeah, it was a really cool. I was using the Universal Pokemon Randomizer, which actually lets you. It's a really cool randomizer because you can randomize the Pokemon like where they're found and sort of customize the randomization a lot, but you can also randomize their movesets with like preferences towards type and things like that. So, like a fire type, like, so you can completely scramble their movesets, but still make it like make sense because they will, like, a fire type will mostly learn fire type moves, but not necessarily the same fire type moves. And so it was very, very fascinating. And it also scrambles like the TMs and which ones can be learned and that kind of thing. Right, so now we're gonna have to deal with Drake, and that's gonna be painful. I don't remember what I did to. I did a couple, full disclosure, I did a couple trial runs of this just to make sure my team would stand a chance and that I wouldn't be wiping to the Elite Four and preventing us from seeing the rest of the game. Yeah, I think I sent out Blastian and let Blastian just kind of absorb Outrage until it got confused, and then, took it out with something else.
It's one way to do it.
Actually, you know what? I'm so used to doing like challenge runs and things like that I take any punishment or failure on the chin. But this is beta testing, so I'm just gonna make a save state here. I do not care. I want to show more of the game. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. Yeah. So what are your favorites of the Fakemon that you've made?
I think my personal favorites. I'm gonna have to pull up my own spreadsheet here. I've got this folder here for working on the game, and I just got like 10 different Excel spreadsheets here. It's really not very organized, this thing. I think Handra might be one of my new favorites. Super weird as well.
Am I correct in assuming that Handra is actually the hands of Mediolin that just pop off and become their own Pokemon?
So glad you got that. I was afraid that wasn't obvious enough.
I mean, it took me a second, but like, if you go through and I really appreciate the Pokedex entries too, because they actually are informative and like tell you a little bit about, like, there's even like hints on how to evolve certain Pokemon in the Pokedex.
Yeah. So Handra is I redesigned Palion and Medialid from version 1, and I have no idea honestly where this idea came to me, but when Palion evolves, like again like Shedinja, if you have a free slot in your party, the hands just pop off to form their own Fakemon, and that's Handra. A psychic dragon type pair of hands. It's just weird.
It is. There's so much weird. There's so much weird in this hack, but it's not weird. It's weird in a way that like makes sense. That's really cool.
Yeah, thanks.
One with the gold ball that's on fire. Oh, Molarch. What is he?
Fire ghost demon thing. It's
fair enough.
Sorry, I've got a cough. I think Molarch is it's a very elemental sort of monster, and I've made a few of those because I kind of like just the simplicity. And Molarch is just it's not really based on anything really other than just ghostly fire. I think I made. I also made a sort of regional variants of that in version 2. I made sort of a mud elemental as well in version 2 with the clay line, which is just a
Oh yeah,
groundwater.
Elementon. Yeah. Now that I think about it,
Yeah.
you do have a lot of like sort of like Dungeons and Dragons style elemental Pokemon like that.
Right. Yeah.
So there's, yeah.
Just a straight up mud elemental monster, and I think Molarch sort of fits that category as well.
That thing's cry is like some metal shit. It's so deep and growly. I feel like that wouldn't have even. That's like some of these cries, even though this is like a Fire Red ROM hack, some of these cries sound like way more modern. Yeah, this one, Drenum. Yeah, Drenum is. So there was. This is a regional variant of Zenom, which was in V1, and it was a psychic poison. And then this is the regional variant that's a dragon poison. I shouldn't have done that. I think he resists Cosmic. Can't remember.
I feel like I should remember. I actually don't. You're good.
Always count on the full restore. Fight Pokemon, obviously. What are some of the main influences for your designs?
Good question. I'm not sure what the main influences were. I think there are just a ton of different influences. I think just from going about my everyday life and picking up things, and I think inspiration comes from just a ton of different things. My job, my I don't know, friends, movies that I watch, books that I read. I don't know, main influences. I honestly don't know. It just comes from all sorts of different places. Yeah.
I'm curious what made you go with Grass Dragon for the version 1 pseudo legend. Yeah, this is the pseudo legend, so like Dragonite from version 1. This is actually pseudo legend versus pseudo legend because Propulsion is also like that.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. That's the first pseudo legend, the Grass Dragon. Healthy artistic point of view. Thanks.
It might be easier once we look at the Pokedex later for you to sort of be like, oh yeah, and this one, because I do want to actually scroll through the Pokedex so that you can point out some of your favorites and explain some and that kind of thing.
Got a whole thing for Yggdragon. Yeah, we can. It does, yeah, from Yggdrasil.
Sorry, my wife is having cute attacks over some of these dragons. She really likes reptiles. We have a bearded dragon as a pet.
Always wanted a bearded dragon. Which ones is okay? Cool.
I'm afraid to switch. I'm afraid to switch and give this guy a free turn. I'd much rather be using somebody else because Propulsion is the highest leveled of anyone in my party, but.
Can't help that I was born with Murph.
That's gonna hurt. Wait, no, it's not. That's right. This thing is like really. I seem to remember this thing, Alligator, not having much in the way of attack stats, so maybe I can get a free switch here.
It's I think its highest attacking stat is its special. Has a special attack of 92.
I have so many, like, so you made it so that you can see IVs, and like, there's so much. This happens to me so much where like the attacking stat I don't want to use has like an S rating. It's just like, oh, bummer.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it's. I think it's ultimately a good thing and a bad thing. This way of making IVs visible, because you also like you get to see the IV values, but you also don't really get to unsee them. You know.
yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Because yeah, it's you know, but like in normal Pokemon games, I usually don't care about the IVs as long as I can get like a good nature and do the EVs. It's like whatever. Um, but yeah, I'm so glad you added a fire digital type. That was one thing I really wanted because I'm like I love fire types. I think fire of the canon types, fire, dark, and steel are probably my favorites. God damn it! Run out of full restores, please. Fucking Lance in his deep pockets.
Did I give them more full restores actually?
There are a bunch of things about that I'm sure are just my confirmation bias, but like I commented multiple times on throughout my playthroughs of this game because I've streamed this game twice actually. My first playthrough and then the monotype playthrough, um, and both times I was like, "Is the critical hit ratio just higher, or was it higher in Gen 3 and I forgot?" You know,
I don't think I've messed with the critical hit ratio. It might be a bug. I don't know. There's so
yeah.
much weird stuff that happens with this.
You really went like above and beyond with the flash cannon animation. Uh,
Like,
yeah.
yeah.
Man, this thing is just a bag of HP. I feel like I'm playing a Dark Souls game and just poking it with a sword. There we go, finally. Where I rigged his own. Oh yeah, no, I took a poll on my Discord. You can actually scroll up and see it. Where I was like, "What type should I use?" And everybody immediately suggested types. You know, this was on version 1. Everyone immediately suggested types that I either didn't want to use or that would have stuck me with a single Pokemon for like half the game. Which of course is no longer a problem. So
Yeah, that's one thing I tried to fix. Like monotype challenges, like I mentioned this before, monotype challenges are just definitely my own favorite sort of challenge run. I think building a monotype team is just really fun.
I'm gonna reset the emulator real quick because I think when I used Ice Beam at some point, there's an echo, and chat, you might not be able to hear it, but I can still hear the echo of the Ice Beam sound effect. It's very faint, but I'm gonna save the game and just reset the emulator because it's very noticeable to me. Created by Pekin. Yeah, well, you voted with an emote, and because I'm dumb, I didn't immediately get it. Lucy voted with a just like a fireball emote, and so I technically didn't rig my own poll.
I want to find the poll. I can't find it.
It's in core, but it's is it in core? It was either in core or Vidya, and it was you know, it was a little over a month ago.
Oh, wait, I think I found it.
Yeah.
Yeah, ghost type for version 1 would have been rough.
I'm trying to remember. I think I'm trying to remember who Gary leads with. Yeah, Gary. I can't remember what I named him in this playthrough. try and shell smash sweep him. I just left him as green. If I seem over leveled to anybody in chat, wait till you see Gary's Pokemon. I'm pretty sure he has one that's like level 68. This music, oh my god. Yeah, I really appreciate that you didn't actually, you know, you focused on the, I started to say this earlier, you focused on just making Fakemon and actually didn't, like, touch, like, the base game. Like, it's still Kanto, it's still all the Kanto characters. It's just, like, an alternate universe where there's totally different Pokemon. And it's handy, because, like, you can literally, like, look up a Fire Red walkthrough, and it will be, like, 90% accurate. And so that's like really convenient.
Yeah, I didn't have faith in my own writing and world building to sort of go through all of that. I just wanted to make a bunch of Fakemon, really, and I like Fire Red. It's
yeah, it's good. You don't need all that extra stuff.
No, exactly.
But,
that was my thinking as well.
Yeah. But like the stuff that you did add, the minor stuff is by and large really cool. Like I'll show everybody once we get past the Elite Four. Like you moved the Safari Zone to up by Bill's house above Cerulean City, which I was just playing by myself when I discovered that, but my jaw just dropped. I was like, this is the fucking Safari Zone. And then it dropped again when I got to Fuchsia City and found that the Safari, where the Safari Zone was, is now just like an open park with a bunch of regional variants in it. I was like, this is fucking lit. I love this.
Sorry about the cough again. Yeah, I just up and moved the whole Safari Zone. And made a bunch of NPC dialogue referencing that in ways that I thought would be kind of funny.
Yeah. Yeah, there's all sorts of NPCs that are complaining about the fact that they have to commute all the way up to Cerulean City now because they moved the Safari Zone, and they're like, couldn't Bill just move? Like, what the fuck? Thought that was cute.
Yeah, but I did it, to make a lot more Pokemon available earlier on, and I thought the Safari Zone was a great fit for that because you can catch a bunch without gaining XP, so it doesn't throw off the level curve.
Mm-hmm.
And it just makes a bunch more Pokemon available much earlier on.
What is this smartass think he's doing? Oh, this thing. Yeah, you've got like good guy with bullets and bad guy with bullets Pokemon.
Yeah.
That was cute.
Yeah. There's a commentary on the politics of guns, I think, somewhere in there. I don't know.
Yeah, I did pick up on that.
Also because the first evolution is random, right? It doesn't. They're exactly the same stat wise.
Yeah.
And the first evolution is just random if it evolves into the good guy or the bad guy.
I think I can just. Maybe. I love Spectra. I've always wanted. I don't understand why Game Freak just hasn't. Like, why have they not made Pokemon of certain types? I'm also like, and not your job to make me happy, but like, Oven Rotom, Heat Rotom is just the saddest excuse for a fire electric type, and my heart has been longing for one for generations of Pokemon. I would just, I would take the weakest, crappiest fire type move as a replacement for fucking Overheat.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a catawhale, and the pre-evolution is cadaver. Cadaver or like cadaver. Yeah.
I like them.
I did. I'm sorry. I just didn't want to. I'm trying not to interrupt. Yeah, and I'm trying to let you know, the gameplay will go faster if you know, I let the chat engage with the guest of honor here. Oh, you're weak to water. That's not gonna work. I should have leveled up our droid more. Okay, Water Ghost is weak to shit. Actually, you know what? I bet Molicent can kick his ass with Earthquake because of Tough Claws. Vox Populi? I'm from the US. I don't speak languages.
No.
Yeah, Earthquake doesn't make contact, so I don't think that's affected by Tough Claws.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're totally right. Oh well. Okay, I just need somebody with priority. Maybe. Voice of the People. Actually, you know, I should have known that. I should have, yeah. I'm trying to train my brain on the game. I've only killed 2 of his Pokemon? Oh shit. This is taking an eternity. Okay. Moonblast, please. Yeah, that should. But yeah, I'm excited to see the post game because I haven't, that's totally blind at this point, and there's a bunch of new legendaries that I want to try and speed run my way to. Oh right, normal types are weak to Cosmic. Oh my god, I just did a cattle mutilation.
It's
Oh
very
my
on
God.
point for the interaction between Cosmic and normal. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a literal spaceship, and yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah. I don't often have good moments like that, but I occasionally unleash a zinger. I'm so mad that Gary uses this thing because I wanted to use it, and I don't like using the same Pokemon that Gary uses in any playthrough. But yeah, this thing is Dark Cosmic, and I think that's a really cool typing.
Question about Danish food everyone should try. Danish food that everyone should try. I think what comes up mostly when you check out Danish food is these massive open-faced sandwiches that smørbrød, which yeah, that's really good. Yeah.
How do you spell that?
How I spell smørrebrød? I'm just gonna type it in the chat real quick.
There you go.
Because it wait has a few Danish
It has a few.
letters.
Yeah, it has a few Danish letters. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I've heard of that stuff.
I mean, it's pretty good. It's really just a piece of bread with the ridiculous amount of food just stuffed on top of it. Usually like fried fish and shrimps and all sorts of different types. And I think one specific Christmas food that I sort of recently found out is mainly Danish thing is these caramelized potatoes that we
Caramelized potatoes. Goodness.
caramelized potatoes. Yeah.
Wow.
It's really just small potatoes just in a pan with butter and sugar, and it's ridiculous. It's so good. Yeah. You just eat that forever. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. Yeah, it's really, yeah.
All right, we did it. Hell yeah. Beat me. That was your best. Come on, Gary. His reign is over. Let me tell you something about monarchy, little shit. Are there any Easter eggs in the credits that you stuck in there?
No, no, actually, no. I don't think there is. I edited the credits only to get rid of the the canon Pokemon that was in there. During the credits, you have four, I think, pop-ups where the starters pop up to sound their cry, and then Pikachu pops up to sound its cry.
Did you
And I
replace those?
I just removed them.
Oh, you just removed them? Okay.
Yeah, because they pop up with a 2-frame animation each, and the first frame is just the sprite that they use in the game, and then they have a second sprite for the animation, so when they pop up, you have the 3 Fakemon Fire Red starters, or their fully evolved form that pops up and sound their cry, and then for the fourth one, you have just the one that I've replaced Pikachu with, which is Digiril. So randomly, Digiril just pops up as the fourth Pokemon during the credits. And I didn't work on it much more than that, just to remove the canon Pokemon. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, I think I mentioned this in our Reddit DMs, but like on V1, I think in the Cinnabar gym, there's the quiz questions that you can use to skip the trainers, and like I found one that referenced I think this is what it was. I found one that referenced the I'm gonna turn the fast forward on so I can get back to the game. It was, I found in one of the questions, I think that was a reference to the one of the original Pokemon, and yeah, I went through all of those questions on my 3DS playthrough, and yeah, they're all removed. There's all questions about the new Pokemon, and there were some like basic type ones. Was this? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love what you did with Arc. Wait, what's it called? It's the only starter I haven't played with yet. Is the water starter, Arctung, I think.
Yeah, it's a Arctike.
Yeah, I love what you did with its sprite, because the sprite in V1 was just like, it just made me laugh.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I wasn't. I wasn't a fan of that even as I released V1. I was it just turns into this weird narwhal thing with a giant balloon head and
like
it's
fists and stuff.
Yeah, and gloves, and it's just the whole thing was a little weird to me. So I always wanted to do something different with it, and yeah, I did. I think I think this is a little better at least.
All right, so before we go any further, I figured I would just pull up the Pokedex here so we can go through um, some of it. I'm going to skip around so that we can find, look at like strictly the new ones.
Right.
So this thing is available very early in the game. It's a Cosmic and Flying type. I love, by the way, how many Cosmic and Digital types are available earlier now. Because they're so fun to use. And Digital has like a Dragon Dance and a Nasty Plot clone. Cosmic gets like Cosmic Power, which is actually a pretty rare move in the canon games. They're just fun to use, and like they're all powerful. Oh, there is a typo here, I think, that I meant to bring up, but yeah, I'm assuming that's supposed to say Atmosphere Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Boswell. Boswell.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I love
Its
it.
footprint is supposed to be a crop circle.
Yeah, I did pick up on that. This is the Pokemon that gets handed to you in an infinite quantity by the Viridian City Pokemon Center NPC. So you can use that to catch Pokemon of, specific natures. Got Spectrab here. Some of these Pokedex entries are like super dark. I love it.
See? Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then all of these. So you can find this thing in the Viridian Forest, and it evolves into any of 5, I think, different Pokemon based on the shell that you give it, which you can buy the shells from an NPC outside of Mount Moon.
Yeah, I think Hermite and its evolution should have been just 3 Pokemon with form differences, but I didn't know how to code that in the game, so it ended up taking 16 spots in total in the Pokédex.
Yeah, by the way, I did test these things have a signature ability that matches whatever their secondary type is, called Mighty Claws, and I did test that for the other types, and it's just you were right, it is just the rock one, Sedimite, that is bugged still.
Yeah, they are coded in as 5 different moves, so yeah, that makes sense.
So this Pokemon is the one that, if they spawn near a suitable host, some Megon have been known to lead completely parasitic lives. So there's, I think, 5 Pokemon that are monotype, which is actually, it's monotype Pokemon in this hack are pretty rare. Like most Pokemon are dual type, and a bunch of the monotype Pokemon, if you level up their final evolution in the party with Shalago, it will spawn a Megon and it will attach to the Pokemon in question, give it the Cosmic type and access to all of Megon's moves. And that is such a cool idea. And it also makes the original Pokemon without the Parasite really powerful if you give them the Eviolite, because they're considered unevolved.
Yeah. I think actually the parasitic form of them might be able to use Eviolite as well, because you can buy the Cosmic Cure from the NPC on Seven Island and use that to sort of evolve them back to their
So they evolve.
original
They just evolve on a loop.
They just evolve on the loop, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
This thing's crazy. I saw this and I was like, oh my god, it's a tooth. It's a tooth fairy.
It's a tooth fairy, yeah, exactly, yeah. Their names come from these, there's this sort of little fairy tale, I think it's from Norway actually, about little trolls that live in children's teeth and protect their teeth. I think it's Norwegian at least, and those 2 trolls are called Caius and Bactus. And
Wow.
that's where Carius and Backtooth came from, the names, yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, I've been wondering this for ages. What is this thing? It says bat, but bats don't look like that. What is this? I want to know the inspiration behind this thing's design so bad. This thing is it
wish that
says it uses their long tail, but I don't see a tail. Is their tail also their face?
I wish that I had a story as in depth and cool as the Norwegian teeth trolls, but this one is just a weird brainchild that came about for the first hack that I made, the Pekin's Ruby hack, and I honestly this sort of floating head with a head tail with wings on it. I don't know. That's all I got. It's just fresh straight out of my mind from more than 10 years ago.
I love this thing. So this is a poison cosmic type, and I'm gonna shut up so you can hear the cries. I don't know. Some of these cries are just really cool. Oh, this is one of the Pokemon that didn't have an original cry in V1, and listen to these things now. That's intense. I love that. Yeah, I'll turn the game up a little bit. And then we got Bullet, which I think was what Tynet in the original one.
Yeah.
Yeah. These things evolve kind of like what's it called? There's that poison electric type in, I think, from Sword and Shield that evolves into like the punk rock Pokemon, and it's got like one of them's a bassist and one of them's a guitarist, and it depends on what nature they have. But this thing evolves in the same way.
Sort of the same way. I think that one evolves based on nature, and Bullet evolves just basically randomly. I think it has to do with its IV values. It does the same thing as Wurmple does. And so it's not based on nature. It's got something to do with its IVs, I think.
Okay.
But in practice, it's pretty much random.
Okay, so here's a. Also, did OG Fire Red have the types listed here in the Pokedex? I don't remember.
They had, yeah.
They did? Okay. Yeah, this is also one of my favorites, Korma, the Comet Pokemon. Then you got Cormit and Hallinger, which I'm assuming is Haley's Comet and Harbinger.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it, yeah.
Yeah. Snowmant and Abominant. And I need to do like an ice type challenge with this because it's really hard to fully appreciate the fact that ice, which previously only resisted itself, now resists two whole other types. So like ice, like ice may as well be a totally different type. I hate these things, by the way. I hate these things so much. You encounter them very early in the game, they're very fast, and they know every single status powder move. And they're horrible.
Yeah.
And because they're fast, they often go first, and if you're using a slow Pokemon, it's hard to just run away from them. But,
I did limit myself to one grass poison type.
I'm just glad.
Gen 1 there were like 4 of.
Yeah. I'm just glad. So, like, there's a relatively equal number of types. I think, like, water and normal types account for something like 30% of all Pokemon in the canon games. Like, two types account for 30% of all Pokemon. Like, soak that up a bit.
I have this entire... One of my dozens of spreadsheets here is keeping track of how many fully evolved Fakemon I have of each type to sort of make the distribution not entirely even, but, at least almost. And I think the bug type and the flying type has the most representation in this hack, followed by cosmic and water. And Every
But
type
even though
has at
there's
least.
yeah, even though there's a ton of the like those, I also have a sheet, like a spreadsheet that I kept track of that for myself, and also to pick a monotype type, and even like the biggest difference, um, like the difference between the most common or most represented Pokemon type and the least represented is like less than a 2-to-1 ratio. So
Mm.
it's still pretty evened out. Like, you know, chat, can you imagine if the CEO of your like wherever you work only made twice as much as you did? Imagine how much the world might improve. Uh, uh, this is the firewall Pokemon, and I love it. Um, it's so obvious that it's clever. It goes full circle because, like, obviously a digital fire type would be a firewall.
It's like, what else was there? I mean,
Yeah.
it's yeah. I I, I had to make it. I think sort of. Yeah. Oh, we're getting to Snow now. Okay.
Yeah, so this is a V1 Pokemon, but you added to it in V2, and this is so this thing. Um, it starts out, it's a little snowball with a tumor, and then it evolves, and just like Shedinja and Ninjask, it evolves, and its tumor falls off, and it becomes like a physical ice fighting type, and it keeps evolving, and its tumor falls off and becomes well, okay, and then it can also, if you evolve it a certain way, its tumor won't fall off, and it will instead just fill up its head, and it'll become an ice psychic type. And then yeah, here's the tumor. The tumor is ghost psychic, and then it becomes two Meister.
Yeah, the tumor evolves again to yeah, a big majestic tumor with a mustache. So no notes, I think.
Yeah.
I just I when you sent me that spreadsheet you had for the V1 version, I just remember coming across your notes on Snowland, and just
Yeah.
the only note you had was what the fuck lol.
Yeah.
Uh, and that was yeah, that felt perfect. That's the Snow line. It's just weird.
So this is Chipmod, which is an early game normal type, but it's normal digital. And it splits into either a physical or a special focus, depending on the upgrade item you give it. So there's Synthought is physical, and Syntac is special. And for early game rodents, they're actually pretty strong. Oh, and you added a water fire type, bless you. Like, I think there was one canon Pokemon game where I ever got my hands on a fucking Volcanion, and I was so happy, and then it just never happened again. Yeah, I love this thing.
I think it turned out really well as well. It's a
Mm-hmm.
fire whale, and
Yeah,
again Anglite.
I actually didn't clock it as a whale immediately until I looked at its weight. It weighs 1,000 pounds, and it's 10 feet long.
I think once you get to these sizes and these weights, like I have no intuitive way of like I just it probably weighs around this much. I don't know. I think.
So this is a V1 Pokemon, but I just have to point out how awesome this Pokedex entry is, because it's a bug digital type. So it's a bug.
It's a bug. It's a literal
it's
bug.
a programming bug. I love it. Like, you know, most ROM hacks, they add like light types or like sound types or something else, and like I don't know, just the two types that you added are, you know, I feel like a lot of people kind of roll their eyes when they see new types added. These are easily like the best done like new types I've seen, and I've played like half a dozen Pokemon ROM hacks at this point with new types. This thing is, what is this thing based on? It's not a sumo wrestler, is it? Because it's a flying type. It's a fighting flying.
No, it is a sumo wrestler. It's a
It
very,
is. Oh, okay.
very light sumo wrestler. It's a what if a sumo wrestler was just really, really light? So it's a cloud, and it's a sumo wrestler, which is also why it has its primary type is flying type, because I feel like the flying type as a primary type is very much like it's I don't know sort of air elemental stuff, whereas the flying type as a secondary type feels more like an attribute,
That's
stuff that
interesting.
can fly.
That's a cool way of
So
thinking
there's a
about it. Yeah.
yeah,
I just noticed that these things weigh less than a pound.
yeah, because it's just water vapor, water vapor.
I
Yeah,
love
that's
it.
the
Here we have the mud elementals.
featherweight sumo. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I want to try and I do want to eventually get to the post game because I know you're on a you have limited time, but I did want to just scroll through here and highlight some particularly cool ones from V2. So these are the regional variants of Chinbi. So these are the electric elementals. And yeah, thunderstorms changed them from the Pokemon they used to be. They resent the life they were given, having been brought to life by thunder, living as pain to them. Brilliant.
It gets dark. Yeah.
Yeah. And then
Little.
the star-nosed mole, Mollicent. Ground Fairy being another type that for some reason Game Freak has just, forgotten about. There was, oh yeah, and then you have Fluff Pup and what's the Zinby? I showed Zinby. The Spark Pokemon. Okay. No, you're good.
Oh, so cute.
The what's the evolution of Fluff Pup? I can't remember, but anyway, there's.
Oh,
Say again.
The Fluff Pup evolves into Hounduff, and then there's Tough
Hounduff.
Pup and Houndust.
Yeah. So there's Fluff Pup and Tough Pup. And Fluff Pup is normal fairy and Tough Pup is normal steel. Oh man. Oh, these things. So you redid the cries for these things and gave them original ones. Listen to this. Awesome. That's like some Psytrance shit right there. I love it.
And what is he?
Who, Minka? He's a mink. He's a mink, I think. And then Martodont is a martin. I guess. I don't know. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so these are in V1. Cactic and Cactu. Oh, whoops. Wrong button. Cactic. A snow cactus, like. Yeah, I don't think we'll ever see that in a canon game. Yeah, no, all these sound great. Another V1 that I just want to highlight again, Morticeps. It's the Last of Us Pokemon.
Personal favorite as well.
Yeah. And finally a bug ghost type that, has more than 1 HP. It's always good.
Mega evolves as well.
Yeah, that too. So here's another parasitized Pokemon. So we've got Hordrake, and then Hordrake X that has the Megon attached to it. Let's see. Yeah, where's Bombi? I can't find him. Where's Bombi? Not been able to find him. Yeah, Bombard.
Where I think there's
Bombi.
an NPC somewhere in Sevi Islands that gives an egg. I think that was supposed to be Bombi. Otherwise, you probably have to breed Bombard.
Okay.
But I think there wasn't because Bombard is given to you where Lapras is normally given to you.
Yeah. So this is the boxing crab Pokemon, and I don't know. Yeah, Amanda and I watch like nature documentaries and shit like that all the time. We've recently watched this one that was about how fucked up like boxing crabs are, because they basically like kidnap anemones and starve them and use them as like weapons. Um, and to evolve this Pokemon, you have to take it to the one spot on the map where Priyanamo, the clownfish Pokemon, does not show up, but Enomina, I don't even. There's so many different ways and vowel sounds that I could use to pronounce that.
Let's go with Phenomena. That's pretty good.
Enomina, where this shows up without the clownfish protecting it, and then the Christina will evolve into Caplamina, and it has, I guess, the heads of two Anominas on its claws. Yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah, because clownfish protect their enemies, exactly. There's so much smart shit like that. I'm skipping over a lot of it, but that just means you guys need to go play this hack too. Oh, and here's Handra.
All right. So psyched that you caught onto the that like you found the place where Priamino isn't, and yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
knowing about those animals in real life is the only way that I thought to do that. This evolution I thought was really interesting because the canon games have done this a few times, but sometimes if there's a Pokemon that evolves and it doesn't actually get like a huge stat boost, it just has its stats like rearranged, and that's kind of what you did here. And I thought that was neat. Oh, and then you got the plane crash Pokemon. You know.
again a little dark.
Yeah, it keeps getting darker and darker as it goes.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Thanks. It's a pretty intense cry as well.
Yeah. Oh, I love this thing. Just these Pokedex entries. And then its eyes go wide. It's like, oh shit, I'm on fire.
Yeah, I thought that was really fun as well. Yeah, and then the final evolution, because of the smoke, it no longer realizes that it's on fire because it just can't see it. And I think its ability reflects that, if I remember correctly.
Wait, what's its ability?
Does it have Oblivious or something? I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it has. It's like Oblivious or White Smoke, I think.
Yeah, yes. Oh yeah, because White Smoke kind of does the same. I don't remember. Something like that, yeah.
I think what it should have gotten. I remember that was one of the few Pokemon where I wasn't like blown away by its ability. I think what you were looking for was Unaware, actually. Unaware is the one that makes it so that, like, it just, like, an unaware Pokemon in battle just doesn't notice stat boosts. It's like they're not there. I love the redesign that you did for this too, by the way.
Oh wait, which one? I gotta put which one?
Predaram.
Predaram, yeah. I think it's much better. Thanks.
There's another split evolution. This tiny little bird. One of the only normal flying types in the game. But if you give it an upgrade, the same upgrade that you would give to a Porygon, it becomes this thing. Let's see. Here's another parasitized Pokemon. I love that you combined its cry with Megon. So we got... sounds kind of ominous. Oh yeah, you gotta... I thought it was cool that you added a lot of physical psychic types. And you got this thing that's a... When I first saw this, I was like, is that a reskin of Diglett? And then I looked closer and I was like, oh my god, it's eyeballs.
It's eyeballs popping out of the ground.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Pindroid. This is hilarious. It's like poppy protection on like video game consoles and shit. And then
Again, there's some commentary going through
yeah,
there.
exactly. Yeah. And then we have good old. I'm, I love Leviper X as well, but a pure fire type with levitate, I think, is another thing that I didn't realize how much I wanted. Oh yeah, I've commented so many times, like, this thing looks like a cock ring. I know my mind's in the gutter, but it does.
It does, yeah. It really does.
Yeah. Yeah, see it? Okay, it's not just me. Okay. I feel less like yeah. That's a really cute cry. Let's see. We got Bugem. Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to show the where is it? It's the regional variant of Digiril. Yeah, so it's Fairy Rock. It's a diamond Pokemon that hates rich people. It's a diamond Pokemon that hates rich people.
Yeah.
Like, look at that. Brilliant. I love it.
Yeah, so they're sort of used for show, right? And they just really want to go out and battle. They hate being these statues.
Yeah.
I thought that was a sort of fun little lore tidbit or whatever you call it.
Yeah. Let me scroll through here. Just trying to pick. Just in the interest of time, try to see if there's any others. This thing is there's a lot of male-female split evolution, so this thing evolves into males evolve into Dynamoth, and then females evolve into Matriamp. And Matriamps have like plugs on their different segments. They're chargers. I guess that wouldn't be plugs; they'd be outlets.
Right, yeah.
And let's see. Oh, Cordra. Yeah, the aux cable Pokemon. Brilliant. I love it how it sounds almost like a guitar sound through an amplifier.
Yeah. It's purposeful.
All right. Let's go do some post game. Unfortunately, I have to run to a Pokemon Center because I don't have a Pokemon that can fly in my party. You expanded Route 1 too, which I was not expecting.
Yeah. I actually mainly did that to make testing easier for me. I wanted to expand on the other routes as well, but it just takes too much time. I redesigned Route 1 so that every time I make a Fakemon and insert it into the game, I have to, or at least I kind of want to do a bit of a test run for it, where I edit it to be one of the starters, and then I do the whole first part of the game until you get the Pokedex, and you have to go back and forth through Route 1 a few times to do that.
Yeah.
And I ended up editing Route 1 so you don't have to go through patches of grass, and so that you have a quick way back from Viridian City to get the Pokedex. So it was a bit for my own convenience and just something I just wanted to do. I didn't get around to do all the other routes though.
So this is the shiny Purgypt that I encountered when I had no Pokeballs except for the Master Ball, and I was like, I can't let a shiny go, so I have no Master Ball now, and I spent it on a shiny Purgypt. Yeah, so that's going to be interesting when we go to catch Zeragon, and then I also ran across a shiny Zombat. So I of course have like the whole Pokedex in here, but this box is the ones that I've trained and sort of prepared for the post game. I did also. Go ahead.
Wait, sorry. I just wanted, with all the new additions, is Radar still? Feels like it was your personal favorite in V1. Is that still?
I don't know. there's so many new ones. I don't know if it's gonna be hard to settle on a favorite. I like Raidot because it just looks kind of derpy. But like it's really cool because it combines both of the new types. So it has like its spread of weaknesses and resistances and things like that is very different and unique from anything you get with any other type combo, which is really cool. Unfortunately, both of the new types share a weakness to electric. So if you are like totally jazzed about digital and cosmic types and just kind of overuse them throughout your playthrough, you're going to really hate electric types. Yeah, it just looks kind of derpy, and I like it, but it's actually pretty powerful. And it's one of the few Pokemon that doesn't evolve, but it's pretty strong even without that. Yeah, all of these Pokemon here I picked because they were kind of these are kind of my favorites. I would say these, and of course the ones in my party right now. I wanted to look through them real quick because I did actually plan some movesets for catching Pokemon to make. Yeah, okay, so we got Spirit with Thunder Wave, so I'm gonna need status effects for catching legendaries and so on. Yeah. That's the other thing. I can't understate how like amazing it is that while I can't imagine that it would have been easy to just remove HMs from the game, but you made all the HMs good to the point where like you aren't even too bothered by teaching them to your Pokemon, and that's amazing. That totally changes the feel of the game, and it isn't a solution that I've seen anybody else do.
No, because like ideally, I think at first I wanted to remove HMs with the just I don't know items or something, but first that was hard to do. Second, I like the idea of HMs. Like I like the idea that your party Pokemon sort of do these things for you. So yeah, that was the solution I ended up with.
I'm looking through here. Oh, that's right. I was going to keep Molisent because Molisent can learn False Swipe, and it actually does a lot of damage with False Swipe too. So we'll keep Molisent. And I think I had Angler up to get Yawn. Or wait, no. I was going to use, I think, this guy because she has Spore, yeah. Let's do that. And we got someone who can fly. We have all the HM moves covered. Got Rock Smash, Strength, Fly. Okay, we're gonna need Surf. It does, doesn't it? Galaxium was one I actually... Pekin, did you have to tell me how to evolve Galaxium? Or did I figure it out on my own? I can't remember.
I don't think I told you about Galaxium. It levels up with
yeah,
I don't remember if it's Stardust or Star Piece, I think.
I think it's the Stardust. But yeah, it didn't... Yeah. I saw, because I was looking at it in Hexmaniac, and I deduced from the code that there's a certain argument that goes in the hex code based on if it evolves by giving it an item in the same way as a stone. So I saw that it evolved with a stone, but not what stone, because it doesn't show that if it's if it's not one of the canon stone items. But I saw I had to use an item on it, and I just had to kind of like look at its Pokedex, and I was like, is it Stardust? Because normally Stardust you just sell for money. And yeah, it was a Stardust. Oh yeah. You touch. Okay, so I'm debating, should I go to the Cerulean Cave or should I go to the Sevi Islands? I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. Did you make... What level is Zeragon? Is it level 70?
I think Zeragon is level 70, yeah. I don't think I changed that. I think, yeah.
Okay. I think, you know, I don't know. I bet I can pull that off. I might have to do some rare candy cheating, but whatever. Even when I used like the infinite items cheat, so my PC has a bunch of like $?0099 rare candies in it. But even when I do that, I don't like. I just use it to like catch up. I don't use it to like overlevel, or I try not to. But I'm actually really curious what is even in the Cerulean Cave. So let's go find out. Oh, yeah, that glitchy flying sprite.
No clue how to fix that. It is what it is.
Yeah, whatever.
At least it's only visual. At least it feels like one of the quirks of a ROM hack that you just sort of go along with,
whatever.
I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I probably should check that I've got enough Pokeballs to do this. Okay, 40. I feel like 40. Surely 40. Wait, hold on. The ADD has struck. I did not go and teach Mollicent False Swipe. That's gonna be a problem. Do I need Rock Smash in this Cerulean Cave? I'll just teach it to somebody else.
I don't think you need Rock Smash.
Yeah, I think I just need Strength. Yeah, so Strength is a rock type. Strength is now the best physical rock type move in the game. Like, that's awesome. Like, I'm actually happy to teach Strength to my Pokemon.
Yeah, because again, the rock type just needed I feel like just a reliable physical move. Like Stone Age has the accuracy thing, right? And yeah,
I don't know why it's like that. Like, why they won't just, like, every other type has, like, you know, an even stronger move with better accuracy. I don't know.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't understand what Game Freak. I don't even think they put that much thought into it. Probably developer crunch. Who knows?
Yeah.
I love that guy. He's like, sniff, sniff. You smell of mushrooms. I'm like, thanks. That's not creepy at all. I'm a 10-year-old child. Oh man. I just noticed, actually, I was looking through the Pokedex the other day. Is Data Gen related to Zerogon?
Oh wow, yeah, good catch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Data Gen fills the sort of lore-wise or whatever you want to call it. I think Data Gen sort of fills the niche of Mew actually, while also
Being a Ditto.
game mechanics-wise filling the niche of Ditto.
Yeah.
Because yeah, Data Gen is sort of supposed to be this failed clone of Zerogon. They have the same color scheme and look sort of similar. So yeah, it's supposed to be this sort of failed clone of Zerogon. All the
Wait,
diary entries of the
I can't get
Pokemon.
in.
Wait,
For starters, and a great achievement. Oh, that's not vague at all. I guess I have to do the Sevi Islands first.
Oh yeah, you probably have to. Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, I think you have to do the stuff with Lorelei. Like I think as long as the league is closed because Lorelei is away, I think.
Right. Yeah, I remember that now.
I think that's it. Yeah.
Is there anything? It's been a while since I did the post game. Is there anything I have to do to activate that quest, or can I just go? Do you remember?
I think. I think you can just go to one island and talk to Celio there. I think he just sets you off on it. Because the way I did it with the national decks and everything, Like normally, I think when you beat the Elite Four the first time, Professor Oak comes and sort of comes and gets you and upgrades your Pokedex. But he doesn't do that because I.
You start with the national dex and V2.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I think Celio just starts the quest for you anyway.
Is that it? You mentioned a special stone on one island. Okay. Could look it up, but I don't want to. I know we're on limited time.
I think you have to go to the what's it called, Mount Ember.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm heading in the right direction.
And trigger. There are a couple of Team Rocket grunts there that I think you have to trigger.
Okay. Well, I was gonna not use. I feel like the Cerulean Cave is best experienced without repels, but since I can't go there yet, I'm just gonna repel it up. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, again, like super helpful that like so much of the game is just Fire Red. So like, because like, you know, having played ROM hacks like Vega and Altair, I mean they're the same game, just different versions, but for the most part. But like for that game, I had to go on like these obscure ass forums to find a walkthrough of the game, and it was just like, and it's a walkthrough that's like separated across like multiple pages of a forum post, and it was just really cumbersome.
Yeah.
Because, you know, on top of how just like numerically and like statistically difficult that game is, it's also just not very. It's shockingly easy to get lost and not know what you're supposed to do next for a Pokemon game, even a Pokemon ROM hack. So yeah. Probably the closest thing to a bearded dragon Pokemon. I do love that it's like posed there with its hands on its hips.
Yeah.
I should definitely switch. Wait, what level is it? Oh, it's only level 37? Yeah, see, I was wondered that some of my Pokemon that were like only level 50 were going to be under-leveled for post-game, but nah, we're good.
Yeah, I think this part of the post game is something that like you can do straight after beating Blaine, like when Bill takes you to the 70 Islands for the first time. Yeah.
Oh shit! I could have done this already. Shit! I thought I had done. Okay. All right. So this move's Stellar Rush. So on my first playthrough, I had a Moment Totem on my team. And yeah, that thing was just unstoppable with Stellar Rush. Like, if I wasn't up against the Psychic type, it was just unfair.
Yeah, I did a playthrough once on V1 as well with the Levitop and Moment Totem with Stellar Rush, and it's kind of broken, yeah.
Yeah.
It destroys everything.
Yeah, it's I think the only thing. Was this normal steel?
Yeah.
Let's crunch it. I was looking at so on my spreadsheet I expanded on it a little bit because I wanted to see like the full like weaknesses, resistances, and immunities of like every different combination of like digital and cosmic, and it's really interesting. I noticed some things. So like digital has like 5 resistances, which is kind of a lot, but I noticed that it shares 4 of them with steel, and so that's why some typings don't actually do that well with it. which I didn't realize that, but I was like, yeah, because it resists flying, dark. You did dark dirty, by the way. Dark is like, I think a dark type monotype run would probably be the hardest one.
I kind of like that
Uh,
though, in a weird way. Like doing a dark type monotype run would it, like might actually be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah.
But yeah, dark type came out of this looking really rough. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, on the whole, like even with that, like because all the Pokemon themselves are powerful and they've got like really good move pools and stuff, like it really doesn't matter that much. Like on paper, it looks bad, but you know, but yeah, I think it the only there's one that it doesn't share. I can't. Well, dark. Yeah, dark, because that was something that I also appreciated was because you added the fairy type too, and you also got rid of Steel's resistance to dark and ghost, which I was glad to see that didn't get overlooked, because I was actually happy about that when that happened. Yeah, nerf. I mean, Steel's still really good, but it's just like, I think it has, yeah, because digital's weak to, or Steel's weak to digital, so Steel has actually more weaknesses than most other types now. It just also has a lot of resists. That's hard to say. I love Spirits too, for the same reason I really want a fire electric type. I hate having to use like a Lawnmower Rotom. Although they did add that Electrode in Legends Arceus that was grass electric, but like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like enough.
No, it kind of doesn't really. Well, I haven't played the new games yet.
Yeah, what's the latest Pokemon game you played?
Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, actually.
Really?
Yeah, the jump to Switch with the Sword and Shield. I think the whole Dex card thing was a little too much for me.
Oh, okay, yeah. No,
Yeah,
it was,
it fell off to me, and they don't really appeal to me. Like the thing about like the limited Pokédex, like I get that you can't. It might not be feasible to make a Pokemon game where 1,000 Pokemon is available in the game, but to not even code them into the game just feels weird to me. Like it feels like a way to make people keep paying for Pokemon Home, which is a subscription thing where you can keep your Pokemon there.
Home. Oh man, don't get me started on Pokemon Home. There are
don't
so
get me
many.
started on Pokemon Home.
There are so many awesome Pokemon with like their hidden abilities and like fully EV trained with good natures and everything, just lost in the ether of the internet somewhere because Pokemon whatever the previous version was from it on DS is locked behind my Nintendo DS account, which is, I guess, just unrecoverable now. So even though I have Pokemon Home, I can't get all of my old Pokemon that didn't make the jump.
So what you have to keep paying for the subscription service to.
So they canceled it, or no, they didn't cancel it, but like they stopped supporting whatever the previous iteration of Pokemon Home was, and if you didn't like bring everything over by the cutoff, because like the Nintendo DS, your NDS ID, I think, is tied to your account, but it's also like, you know, it's almost like a MAC address. It's tied to your physical DS, and so when I got my my homebrew 3DS, I couldn't reassociate it with my account, and that was even after I dug it up and, you know, reset the password and all that shit. And it was just, there might be a way, but I don't think so. Just because support for it is stopped, I think all those Pokemon are just gone now.
Yeah, I remember that. I ended up pulling everything from Pokemon Bank, just pulling it all back to my
Pokemon Bank, yes, thank you, Leon.
yeah, just pulling everything back into my Pokemon, I think Ultra Sun save file. I had like 3-4 full boxes of perfectly bred EV trained Pokemon that I wanted to use for online play, and if I could put these in Pokemon Home, but it's not guaranteed that I get to use them in the next Pokemon game, right? So they just sit there while I keep paying for the subscription service.
Yeah.
And it just felt that just felt malicious to me, and I didn't want to do that.
Yeah. And they keep, I heard that excuse too, that like that it was difficult to, it wouldn't have been possible to code all of the Pokemon into the game. There's so many Pokemon now, they can't just keep adding them. But can't they? Because I see like all these other bells and whistles that they added onto Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet that aren't necessary. Nobody asked for an open world. Nobody asked for like this story with like unskippable cutscenes. Unskippable dialogue during which you don't have control, which is effectively just a cutscene. You can't... Like, there's so many games that have amazing stories. Like, I can skip the cutscenes in, like, Nier and Nier Automata, but I can't skip the cutscenes in Pokemon. Like, come on. Your story isn't that good. Yeah, it just really offended me that I had, like, so much of my time was spent hammering the A button trying to get past text for a story I don't care about. And then even at that point, there were only, like, at maximum, like, 100 new Pokemon, like, after DLC. They whittled me down because, like, on, is this the same room? Did I go backwards? I think I went backwards.
Yeah, I think you've been there.
Yeah, no, this is, I'm anxious now because I'm realizing I could have done this before and... Oh wait, I just fucked up. Rewind! I love VBA. Pokemon X and Y only had less than 100 new Pokemon too, but like Mega Evolution was really cool. And my evidence for that is the fact that like half of all ROM hacks incorporated, and a lot of like RPG Maker games also incorporate it, so it clearly wasn't a bad idea. So that I was like, okay, like there's not that many new Pokemon, but Mega Evolutions are really cool. I'll give you a pass this time. And then Sun and Moon came, and it was kind of more the same, but like Sun and Moon, Ultra Beasts were really cool, and regional variants were also really cool. So I was like, okay, all right, you get a pass. I'll accept this. But then Sword and Shield came, and Dynamax is just stupid. It's like, here, let's turn your Pokemon into a balloon float and just make these like ridiculous cinematic battles during which like half of the normal mechanics that don't apply. It's just really uninteresting and tedious, and it takes a long time. And yeah, it was awful. And terrestrialization is the same way in Scarlet and Violet. Oh, there it is. Anyway, sorry, I rant about stuff like that frequently, and
Yeah, but all of that is it sums up my own thoughts kind of perfectly.
Yeah.
Both in regards to like the Mega Evolution mechanics and the regional variants and all of that stuff. Like, yeah, still really cool. And then Dynamax comes along, and the whole Nintendo Switch era of Pokemon just, I don't know, it just has, to me, it has this kind of a gimmicky and kind of lazy feel to it. So I didn't, yeah.
And respect to you for not buying them, because I absolutely bought every single one of them like an addict, and I played the crap out of them. And I honestly, I don't feel good about it. I'm ashamed.
Feels a little dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why. That's actually
No,
why
no.
I went and got my homebrew 3DS, because I was like, I want to go back and play like, you know, like Sun and Moon and X and Y, and remember how it was before things got truly awful.
Yeah, and I don't even think Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, I don't even think they're like crazy good Pokemon games, but they at least they still have the full decks. They still have Mega Evolutions coded in them. You know,
Mhm.
they still feel decent compared to
Yeah,
yeah,
flawed, but like a lot of good stuff too. Like,
yeah.
I actually really enjoyed the Ultra Beasts because, like, um, you know, my inner nerd thought it was really cool that the Ultra Beasts have like all prime numbers for their stats.
Yeah.
Like, that tells me that somebody equally nerdy as I am got to have a hand in making those games, and I appreciate that, and I hope they got paid well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Also, the designs are just they just go wild with them. They're just so bizarre.
Yeah, and I actually kind of saw some that they. I'm not sure if it played a part, but like, you know, I saw some of the DNA of that in your cosmic type.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Took inspiration from that. I think. Yeah. At least, at least unconsciously, if nothing else.
Yeah, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire were also, you know, they were all right. I liked the new Mega Evolutions, and you know, it was fun to. That was the last good, you know, remake. Because I'm ashamed to say this. I feel like I need a shower. But I actually paid money for Brilliant Diamond, and it's
I'm so sorry.
yeah. And you know, Diamond and Pearl, like, you know, are probably my least favorite games from before the series just as a whole got bad. But you know, I do have some, like, I love Heatran, and I love there's other Pokemon from that generation that I like that I can't remember right now. The Diamond and Pearl was one generation where I really thought they stumbled because there weren't that many new Pokemon. Or, I mean, there were, but a lot of them were evolutions of old Pokemon that also were kind of bad, in my opinion. And there was like the number of types that were represented was like really lopsided. Like, there were only 2 fire types in the entire game before the national dex, or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah, and I think only one entirely new fire type, wasn't there? Magmortar? Is that the only new one introduced? The Magmar's evolution?
Yeah, and yeah, other than the starter and
Oh, right, yeah.
Heatran. Yeah, I went and got it anyway, and it's so bad because it's more like just a remaster. Like, it adds essentially nothing new, and it doesn't even look that different. You know, it's just yeah, it's I didn't even get all the way through it. I stopped playing. I think I stopped playing before I caught Heatran, Heatran's probably my favorite Pokemon from that generation. Just because it was the first Fire Steel type, and I was like, yes. This was back before the Fairy type got introduced. Like, I think Fire was kind of considered really garbage defensively. So I was like, cool, Fire Steel type, because I've always wanted like a defensive Fire type. That's why I love Magcargo so much, and any game where Magcargo is in it, I always catch one and I EV train the crap out of it and make it as perfect as it can be. And I try and make it into a Shell Smash Sweeper, and it works about 30% of the time. I'm too absorbed in our conversation, and I don't remember what I'm supposed to do next. I wasn't paying attention
2
to
Island
him.
next.
2 Island, okay.
Yeah. Have to go take a bathroom break real quick. Be right back.
No problem. Other? Oh, okay. Never mind. Oh, so I can go to the new islands now. Okay. Lucy, are you still there? Pull up a walkthrough of Fire Red and tell me what you're supposed to do after getting the whatever that stone is, the ruby, the fire ruby, whatever stone. I don't remember what it was called. O and S and the first DLC boss. Arm for your weapon. Ornstein and Smau. Okay. Wait, how did you beat? Weren't you just on the Capper Demon a little while ago? Oh no, wait, you were on the. Damn, Leon. You know, when we co-opted in Elden Ring, how did we ever get killed? You feel like when I hear about you talking about these like level 1 runs of Dark Souls, I'm like, how are you not like the best person in the world at Dark Souls? Yeah, I did that. What are you supposed to do after that, Lucy? This I can just buy lemonades now instead of going to the vending machines. Some stuff I can sell here, I think. Oh, I guess not. Alright. Supposed to get waterfall at some point too. This kid. You know, I don't think I did know that.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. Your next stop will be either the volcano to the north of one island. Find the explosion tutor, go right. A couple of rockets. Read the ruby, give it to Seal. Yeah, no, I did that. So, or to the frozen caves of Four Island. Okay, Four Island. Got it.
Did you do the 3 islands stuff? Or maybe you
The
don't
stuff
have
with
to.
the Ratochum that runs away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did all of that. I did like all the stuff that you need to do in order to be allowed to go back to Kanto. That's why
Yeah.
I completely like spaced on the other. I thought that's all there was to do, but it's just all you're required to do.
Yeah, probably 4 island next year, and then do the
Oh
the
no!
frozen cave thing.
I don't have to fight him, do I? Quit copying. Oh, fuck off. Fuck you, guy. Dude, I bet my national Pokedex is more full than yours is. He's smelling you. Well, I smell of mushrooms, apparently.
Smell your mushrooms later.
Yeah. I guess I probably need to reteach somebody Rock Smash. Although Rock Smash is like really good too. Rock Smash, you know, if it wasn't for the fact that actually fighting's a really good. Rock Smash is arguably like more overpowered than Stellar Rush. Okay, yeah, I need to teach somebody this. Fuck.
Yeah, Rock Smash is just what's it called, power up punch with 10 more base power.
Yeah, so it's actually better than Power Punch.
Actually better than power.
Yeah. See, this thing has strong jaws, and so I don't want to get. Fuck. Yeah. I have an electric type in my team right now, so screw it. I realized that, you know, because there's the thing where like TMs are reusable as long as you don't skip the animation. So being the impatient person that I am, I realized that you can hammer the A button to skip the text as fast as possible, but only the B button will cancel the animation. So that helped me continue to button mash, as is my...
I think
Yeah.
I actually fixed that. I think you can skip the animation now. I'm pretty sure I fixed that.
Oh, let me test that. You did! Holy shit. Awesome.
Yeah, I found
Yeah,
I found a
man.
fix for that somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was super impressed with like so many things, like because I, you know, when I hit you up on Reddit again recently and was like, hey, how's it going? Like, you know, because I'd seen that you were showing some new Fakemon designs on Reddit occasionally. You know, Reddit for me is kind of like how Twitch is for you. Like, I occasionally hop on there, but like not very much. So I saw like you working on some designs, and I was like, oh, you're still working on it. That's cool. And so when you told me you had a version 2 ready, I was like, okay, so it's probably like identical to version 1, but just, you know, with the full Pokedex. And I was just blown away when I started playing it and realized that you'd made all these other changes and like fixed all this other stuff. I expected it. Well, I didn't know what to expect, but I was expecting there to still be, you know, knowing that, you know, you have kids and you're limited time and, you know, being an adult and all that shit, like, you know, you gotta probably had limited time. So I was like, I didn't go into it with like super high expectations. You know, it was being understanding, but I was like blown away by like all the stuff that you did. And like, there's actually less bugs. This is less in need of beta testing than version 1 was.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Well, thanks, man. Yeah, it's yeah, I have very little time to work on it. But the time I do have is yeah, sometimes yeah, put a lot of stuff into it. Put a lot of yeah, just little extra features, and wanted to do stuff to remove some tedium, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah, and redesigned a lot of Fakemon as well. A lot of the version 1 Fakemon have been redesigned.
You know what I just, you know, another solution to the, you know, because we were wanting to, you know, we were talking about EVs the other day and how like EVs are still like, you know, one of the only things that's still a little bit tedious. Do you think it would be possible to remove like the 100 EV cap from vitamins?
Well, yeah, there's probably just a limiter somewhere that it's probably just a byte change, I think.
Yeah, because like that's another solution I thought of that was just, you know, so simple. I didn't think of it at first.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know how much more time after this you have to like tweak the game before, you know, actually releasing it to the wider internet. But you know, just throwing it out there.
Yeah, because I wanted to do something at least with EV training and making that a little more accessible, I guess. And yeah, removing the cap on vitamins would be one way to do that. Yeah.
No, body slam. Body slam. There's some moves like I forget exist until you know, because I have not seen. I mean, granted, I don't use normal types very much, but I haven't seen a Pokemon use body slam. I don't think in this entire playthrough, which is fine. I mean, you know, whatever. But
I think there are moves that I forget exist as well. Because why would you use body slam when you have return?
yeah,
It's
I mean, I guess the
yeah.
paralysis, but you know,
Right, yeah.
speaking of return, like I'm so glad that you like, you know, I remember I mentioned it on my Reddit post. Like, you know, there's some TMs that just like, you know, nobody cares about and could just as easily be changed to something else, and you wouldn't change them. Like you changed, like frustration isn't there, safeguard isn't there, and that was really cool. I was like, oh my god, like, you know, he did it.
I don't really see the point in frustration, other than as a
Yeah.
I guess a thematic counterpart to return. But in practice, you'd never use it really. I mean, yeah.
Speaking of frustration, actually, I think the text for frustration is still on the TM that replaced it. Yeah, hidden force, which also is really cool. So there's a physical hidden power now that also matches the hidden power or the type of your like the hidden power type is the same as the hidden force type, but hidden force is physical. And also, like, everybody in chat, check this out. When you try and teach somebody hidden force, it actually shows you what fucking type it is. You don't have to fucking guess. Like, how cool is that? Like, I've actually taught some of my Pokemon hidden force and hidden power. I never do it in the canon games because I'm just annoyed by the fact that it still says it's a normal type move.
Yeah, that's some of the tedium that I wanted to remove, right? Like, that whole guesswork thing is just annoying, I think.
Yeah.
Also, there are quite a few technician uses, so hidden power and hidden force is pretty useful in those cases.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool that there's several of those technician users are actually. Am I going? Hold on. Frozen caves of 4 Island, bunch of ice types. Hidden area you can catch a. Helping Lorelei deal with some more rockets. Is Lorelei? I'm assuming Lorelai's in here. Lucy, you might have to.
Yeah, she is. She is. Yeah.
She is. Okay, cool. I am going to. Let's see. I'm gonna stop using repels because there could be some. Well, probably not. I don't think I think it's mostly legendaries that I'm missing at this point, but it still might be. Oh, I forgot about this shit. Man, puzzles. What am I gonna do? Go to bed. Oh man. All right. Best.
It's 8 in the morning over here.
Yeah, which means it's 8 in the morning for him too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Yeah, this is fun. This is the first time I've ever done something like this, so yeah. I'm sure you were nervous, and I'm sure I was nervous. I mean, I was nervous, but yeah. Mostly
I was as well. Yeah.
I usually have technical difficulties when I try and do something like this, and I'm very happy that there were basically none. You just let me know whenever you gotta run, but I was actually gonna keep streaming for, a few hours after you have to go, because I wanna, I want to keep playing, because I want to get those new legendaries, the steel and ghost types with the crazy stats.
I kind of want to see that as well. I have at least like 40 minutes more. My girlfriend, she's got the kids for now.
Gotcha.
So I have at least like 45 minutes, maybe more.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, she was very supportive. She wanted me.
Yeah,
she
I can
thought
imagine.
this whole thing sounded really cool as well. So she was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll take the kids in the morning. You just do your thing."
Well, that's heartwarming.
Yeah,
good to have. It's nice when you have like. I mean, my wife and I were both like both creative people. So like, not everyone has that. Not everyone has like somebody. I mean, it sucks wall to wall being artists, but like to have like a significant other that gets it, and when opportunities like that come up, you're like, yeah, go do it.
That's cool. She's not into this whole like just this very very nerdy niche hobby that I that I work on. Like that's not really for her, but she gets me at least, and she was like, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, that sounds fun. Go do that.
Yeah. What if you don't mind my asking? I'm just curious. Like, what do you do for a living?
I'm a teacher.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
I
awesome.
I teach. It's mainly the kids with the young adults, really 17 to 25, and they're all kids with um, different disabilities, different diagnoses, and
That's
I
awesome.
teach. Yeah, I teach a music class. A lot of them have, uh, yeah, like mental disabilities. A lot of them have different cases of like autism and ADHD, and a lot of the yeah, a lot of them have some of them have it really difficult, and some of them have it difficult in different ways, I guess.
Yeah.
Very different, awesome students. Um, yeah, so I have a music class, and I have a sort of an outdoor class, I guess you'd call it. Um, yeah, yeah, it's really
Yeah.
fun. I like it.
Yeah, I mean that tracks with, leftist politics. Yeah, that's really cool. I absolutely support that. That's yeah, in a way I'm a little envious. It's hard to do like anything. I don't just live in the United States. I live in a very conservative part of the United States, like conservative even for the United States. So like it's it's difficult, and sometimes even, I mean, I'm white, so it's not that bad, but like could be worse. But like it's difficult to go out and do things that are like socially helpful without, potentially drawing the I mean, not teaching kids with disabilities, of course, but like I'm not qualified to do that. But like other things that I might want to do that could be socially useful. Sometimes the government doesn't much care for that over here, and yeah. So I think politics like mine, and I guess probably similar to yours, it's not something you are; it's something you do, and I am it as much as I can be, but I would really like to do it, and it's just difficult, very difficult.
I think I'm very fortunate in the way that Denmark is it's quite a bit different,
Hmm.
I guess, and the the field that I work in is uh, comparatively it has quite a lot of resources. Like we can do a lot of things, um,
Yeah.
and I actually have like pretty decent working conditions actually.
Hmm.
Um, at least compared to the horror stories that I sometimes hear
Yeah, if you
about
told me
the
you were a teacher, if you lived here and you told me you were a teacher, I would be like, "Oh God, I'm so sorry."
yeah yeah that's what I hear. It seems rough from over here. Um, but I actually have pretty decent hours. I have decent time to prepare, and I have a lot of one-on-one time with my students almost whenever necessary. And yeah, that's just really fortunate for me and mostly for my students. Um,
Yeah, I don't like to you know, people people that have the few people that have politics similar to mine over here, sometimes they get caught in sort of idealizing European countries. Because I know that things are bad over here, but I know things are getting worse over there. Not necessarily Denmark specifically, but other European countries. So it's not all roses. But I do know I have heard a lot of good things about Denmark, and I I'm in the unenviable position of really enjoying like Scandinavian stuff and Norse. I used to be a big Norse mythology nerd. I still kind of am, but not in the really problematic sort of like Nazi appropriation way. Um, and my dad's side of the family is Swedish. They were actually um, my grandparents on my dad's side were Swedish immigrants, but uh, which I'm sure isn't a huge surprise looking at me. But yeah, and I went to for my honeymoon. We actually went to Ireland, Scotland, and Sweden. Um, but I was blown away. I was like, everybody speaks perfect English in Sweden. We actually got approached by a homeless person, and I couldn't do anything to help him because I only had like my card on me and everything. And we didn't have like food or water. But like he approached us asking for money in Swedish, I guess. And then when he realized we were like tourists, he immediately, without skipping a beat, switched over to English. And I was like, you know, one of the few situations where I'm like, wow, this guy might actually be able to get a job in the U.S. where he can't here because nobody speaks 2 languages here.
Yeah. Yeah, and everyone speaks English in Denmark as well. Like
Yeah.
just yeah. Like I was a little nervous about my English for this, like because I don't speak it in my everyday. So I was a little nervous about phrasing and stuff like that, and how does that come across? And
There
I
are
don't know.
many people in the United States that speak worse English than you, speak worse English than Lucy and Leon from Germany. Yeah, you guys have nothing to worry about. You guys, you know, I know things in Germany. I know in particular things are starting to get worse politically, but you know they still have way better education than they do over here. Teaching second languages in this country is kind of a joke, unless it's teaching English to, you know, people that don't speak it. And even
Because
then, it's
why
kind of
would
not
you need
great.
a second language?
Yeah.
Like the motivation isn't really there. I guess like we have English in school, and everyone is like automatically on board, more or less.
I actually always wanted to. It's a bucket list item for me that I'll probably never get done, to learn another language. And I always actually really wanted to learn, you know, one of the, you know, either Danish or Swedish or Norwegian, because I know that they are at least somewhat mutually intelligible. So, you know, I'm thinking to myself, I can learn, you know, kind of learn 3 languages for the price of 1. But I don't know that it's ever going to happen.
I think Norwegian and Danish are very similar, and the Swedish is as well. But Norwegian and Danish especially are very similar. Also in writing, if you can read Norwegian or Danish, you can read the other, and you can
Yeah.
mostly read Swedish as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really cool. You know, I wish there was more of that. You know, if the whole world is going to speak all these different languages, it would be cool if there were like languages that could bridge the gap and sort of fill in blanks. I don't know. That would be, you know, if there was any sort of intelligence to the way languages came about in relation to each other, it feels like there would be something like that. I think about this stuff because I do like some basic programming and stuff at work. It's rudimentary. It's mostly just automation, but like shell scripting and stuff. And I realized that like I'm actually really good at picking up on that stuff, and it is, they call them programming languages for a reason, because they really are kind of like languages. But I don't know, something about once you start talking about like linguistics, it becomes a little harder for me to wrap my brain around. Eventually, I will decide who I want to teach waterfall to. I don't want to teach it to. Actually, no, not Spectre. Wait, Spectre can learn waterfall? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a crab.
Oh, yeah. Duh. I guess that.
I guess Molescent and Hallinger are the only ones that are physical attackers, if that's something you
Yeah.
factor in.
Yeah, it's I think I need to. The Molescent and Hallinger both already know 2 HMs, and I want to keep their stab moves. Or wait, no, Molescent just knows strength, but I'm keeping ball swipe for whenever we get to the legendaries. Let's see here. So what do you have to do to? I mean, go. You don't worry about spoiling anything. Like, just go ahead. You know, you can, if you want to. If you'd rather, I figured out for myself. That's your right. But I haven't played Vanilla Fire Red in over a decade, and you know, the most recent equivalent, the most recent experience with it is V1 of your hack, And in that hack, you know, you didn't have the Pokedex filled out, and so there weren't. I know that there's the islands on, like, I know where they are because I've looked it up on Hexmaniac, and I looked at the map and I saw that there were, you know, there's the islands, and I think one of them's in each island, right? But I don't know what I have to actually do to get there, or if I can just go.
You're talking about the new the Ghost Steel legendaries.
Yeah.
They're all in on Seven Island, or I guess south of Seven Island. There's this area called the Tanobi Ruins,
Mm-hmm.
which is just a big water area with seven. Is it seven? I think it's seven. 7 different little ruins. Where in Vanilla Fire Red, they are there for catching unknown.
Mm-hmm.
But that whole area just felt a little incomplete to me, so that's why I came up with these new legendaries. So there's actually one in each of the ruins, all on Seven Island.
You know, here's how long it's been since I played Vanilla Fire Red. I actually thought the Reggies were in Vanilla Fire Red, and that's where they were.
Yeah, you'd think because of all the Braille stuff there,
yeah.
But yeah, I don't think they are. Oh well, they aren't. But I think you have to go teach waterfall to someone, then go talk to Lorelei up there, up past the waterfall, and help her fend off some rockets. And I think she goes back to the Elite Four after that, and you talk to Celio, and he gives you the Rainbow Pass, so you can go to the other islands. And then I think, as soon as you get that, I think you can go straight to Seven Island and check out the new legendaries there. I think.
Okay, I'm just gonna dig out a bunch of Pokemon that I know are physical, and hopefully one of them can learn Waterfall. I really want to use Galvarol, but like, Galvarol's... This is one Pokemon that I feel like could use maybe a tweak or two, because like, it's not... It's, it's clearly supposed to be like a defensive support Pokemon, but like, I feel like it needs a few more defensive support moves, and it also, I actually looked, and its base stat total is one of the lowest in the game, in spite of having like a ridiculous defense stat. Like, I want to use it, but it's like, I feel like I can't really use it in a way that gels with its intended purpose, if that makes any sense. But I like the idea of like a physical metal Blissey, you know?
Yeah, I think looking at it now, I think it mostly needs, like, it doesn't have any sort of reliable recovery.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, it gets Stealth Rock, and it gets Iron Defense on top of a base defense of 245.
Yeah, that defense stat is bananas. But I actually, do you know about Pokemon Showdown, or the Showdown calculator?
Yeah, at least a bit, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like this calculator where you can like pull it up, and you input stats for any 2 Pokemon, and even for like, you can edit the stats too. So even though it's just canon Pokemon, you can reproduce basically a Fakemon in it by just editing the types and the stats, the base stats. And
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah, so yeah, if you just Google like Showdown calculator, it'll be the top result. But yeah, so I input like Galvarol's stats and like an EV spread and, you know, Blissey stats, and like compared them to see if it takes physical hits as well as Blissey takes special ones, and special hits as well as Blissey takes physical ones. And it was worse than Blissey on both counts.
Oh,
That doesn't. I mean, it was still good, but it was, you know, Blissey took both physical and special hits about 10% better in both cases. But that doesn't account for the fact that Galvarol's steel and has filter and all that.
right, it gets filter, yeah, but it gets pretty low HP and pretty low special defense as well. It's only its defense stat that is ridiculously high.
Yeah. Okay, so I really should have. I taught Flowtech is kind of my HM. I don't like saying HM slave, but like, it can learn. So it gets stab on Blitz and Surf, and then it can learn Strength and Rock Smash. But I don't like to double up on. I hate teaching the same Pokemon Surf and Waterfall. Even in your hack that has, HMs that are good. Please.
Yeah, but there's still 2 of them that are water type, and yeah.
Oh, look at that! I taught. Why did I do that? Oh my god. I guess I can get. Yeah, fuck it. I can get rid of Earthquake. Yeah, sure. It's what you said about like me influencing, your continued design of this thing that encouraged me to dig it out, EV train it, and have it ready for this. I need.
And
Go ahead.
And Arcton?
Yeah. I wanted to use an Arcton instead of Snolan because its Mega Evolution is new in version 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was, I knew I wanted to use one of the two, and I chose an Arcton because most of my favorites that I've chosen to focus on are special. So I needed another physical, and I also realized that it got scrappy, and I really enjoy Pokemon that have abilities that give them extra resistances or immunities, or let them hit things, just things that, make them play differently in the typing sense. And something else I was going to say, it's on the tip of my tongue, I can't remember now. But yeah, like I really enjoy, like there was actually a ROM hack, or actually I think it was a RPG Maker game that had a I think it was Pokemon what was it called? Pokemon Empyrean? I don't remember. It had a really weird name, but it had a Pokemon that was based on fireworks. Good night, baby. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. She says bye. She really enjoyed a lot of your Fakemon. Just thought they were really cute.
Bye, thanks.
Yeah. She's we really enjoy like watching the anime together because we're both we both grew up with I'm how old am I? Shit. 37. I'm 37. I hope I don't look it, but so we were alive when like the Pokemon anime was like a big thing, and also old enough to be nostalgic about it. And she doesn't play the games that much, but we do watch the anime a lot. And even no matter how cheesy it is, it's just like one of those guilty pleasures. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh, right. So yeah, they have this Pokemon. It's called, I'll never forget it because it's a fire electric type, and it has Levitate, and it's not Rotom. It's called Blitzy Boom. Blitz Boom. Blitzy Boom? I don't know. It's got it's a fire electric with Levitate, and it's based on fireworks, which I normally hate fireworks for reasons I won't go into, but as a Pokemon, I thought it was really cool. I know I've mentioned this to you before, but I have pretty severe inattentive type ADD myself, which I'm sure you're plenty understanding about. But if you're wondering why I sometimes like wander around in the game aimlessly or like pace back and forth, it's because my brain cannot multitask, and if I'm in a really engrossing conversation, sometimes it affects my gameplay.
I get that completely. No worries.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Yeah, working with kids that have it. What was I? That's right. I put my Pokemon with fucking Surf in the goddamn box. Okay. We gotta get Anglerupt? Yeah, Anglerupt. I love that you made this is another V1 thing, but I love that you made the Gyarados replacement a bug flying type.
Yeah.
A lot of the typings that we normally think of as like crappy, you gave them to like really powerful Pokemon and made them really good, which I thought was a neat. Yeah, it's not just that these are all that it's a game full of new Fakemon, but it's like they're really good and they have like really interesting designs and they're fun to use.
Thanks, man. I like that. Yeah, and yeah, I thought it was a fun thing to do. Just make a bug flying type that was just also it's just a swarm of houseflies.
Yeah, right. Like hellish, horrifying, but like still really cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I've played a lot of ROM-X and fan-made games where it seems like the creator is like worried about making things overpowered or imbalanced, and it's like, no, do that. Or like they include a lot of canon Pokemon and make you wait until really late in the game before you get any Fakemon or new evolutions or whatever. And it's like, why would you do that? Why would you do that to people?
Yeah, I think
Why do you hate us?
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, why I got all these ideas that I think are really fun and these designs that I think are really fun. Like, I think that's also with the whole moving the Safari Zone thing. I think putting your best foot forward is a good thing, right? Like, why limit the whole start of the game to just a few? Yeah, I'm rambling a bit. I don't know.
No. I'm rambling. Are you kidding me? No, you're good. You ramble away. It might, I don't know how many people we still got hanging out, lurking, but my audience is very used to rambling, so they're probably not even clocking what you're doing as rambling. So
right, okay. Yeah, and also the whole thing about making them all overpowered. Like, I wanted to make them all just kind of fun to use, right? And they all have some sort of at least a bit of an idea of how they play and what might be fun, I think. And yeah, I'm glad that comes through in some way.
Yeah, because like there's so many, and like the canon Pokemon games that you haven't played yet, they're still doing this thing where like, early game Pokemon are just objectively bad by the end of the game. And there's none of that in this game. Like that, one of the first Pokemon I caught in this playthrough was, I can't remember its name, but it's the Pokemon that evolves into Boswell. And it is immediately good. First of all, it was Cosmic Flying, which is a typing that wasn't in V1, so I was excited. Second of all, it gets Technician, and, it's got a bunch of moves it can use it with, and then it gets Tail Glow, which is just like,
Oh wait, you just go straight up the waterfall, I think.
Right. Thank you. Yes.
Whereas
I love Flotek's Cry too, by the way. I love the Pokemon with like really deep, bassy cries.
Yeah, thanks. I got your stream muted, so I don't get the cries as you play, just because of the delay.
No, yeah, I get that. Yeah, but
Focus.
I always forget which button it is to Mega Evolve, but yeah, I've kind of memorized it now. I think the muscle memory kind of gets messed up because I've been playing it on 3DS on the side, and so, yeah, and right now I'm using the keyboard.
The start button equivalent.
I really liked. How do you say its name? Hynine or Hyanine? I wasn't sure.
I think in my head it's always been Hey9.
Hynine. Got it.
A lot of the names I've never pronounced out loud, I think, because why would I?
Right.
Um,
But you
Yeah.
have a way of saying it in your head, I'm sure.
yeah, I think it's always been Hey9 in my head.
Here we go. Brilliant. Does it say you'll have me to answer to? That's a little redundant. Do as I say, or you'll have me to answer to.
A weird
Got
line.
it, lady. Oh my god. But yeah, it's themed up. Selling them off. Yeah, the Team Rocket equivalents in the recent games have been like really crap too. They're just like they don't even have like a motive. In most cases, they're just dumb and get in the way.
Yeah, what was it like in Sword and Shield? There were these the based off sort of like hooligans. Was it like Sword and Shield had this whole football thing, English football thing?
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
I don't know what it is in Scarlet and Violet.
A little warm in here, so I'm gonna get up and turn the ceiling fan on. Okay. But yeah, Pokemon is one of the few games that I think would ever motivate me to do a ROM hack. Not that I'm saying I ever will, I probably never will, but like the thing I've been using to look at this and beta test it, Hexmaniac Advance. I'm not sure if have you ever heard of or used Hexmaniac Advance?
Yeah, I've got it as well, but it's not one of the tools that I've used the most. I've got a few. Well, not a few. I got a ton of different tools. I got Hexmaniac Advance as well, but I haven't used that a lot. But yeah, I've got it. I got different tools for hex editing.
Got it. Yeah, because I was curious. Hexmaniac Advance, there's certain things that I feel like. I mean, there's probably a way to do them to find. Like, there's certain things that I wasn't able to look up. Just like one thing that was I really wanted to look up, but I couldn't was so there's in Hexmaniac Advance you can pull up a list of trainers in the game and you can see like what their teams are, but for some reason I couldn't find any of the like gym leaders or anything past like the first or not first anything past like the fourth or fifth encounter with Gary. Couldn't see any of the Elite Fours teams, and so I wasn't sure where that stuff lived. But I'm amateur at this with this kind of stuff. Like the extent of my knowledge is like like save state hacking, just like opening up something like that and basically doing like the same thing a Game Shark or an Action Replay would do, but just doing it manually. And because like I one idea that I don't think I'll ever invest time in trying to learn how to do is like I thought it would be cool. And I think I don't remember when I had this idea, but honestly, it's your ROM hack does it way better, honestly. But I was mentioning I really like Ultra Beasts, and I thought, what if I like recolored all because I definitely could never make sprites. I'm not a I'm a musician, but I am not visually creative whatsoever. I can't do visual art things. So so I was like, what if I just open up all the sprite ping files or whatever, recolor them in a really weird way, like scramble their names, give them all different typings than what they currently have, and change their move pools and everything, and round all their stats up or down to the nearest prime number, and make a game where it's like all Ultra Beasts versions of the canon Pokemon. It feels like the laziest way to do like an interesting a ROM hack and have it still be interesting.
Yeah, that's actually that's very feasible, I think, and I think a project like that would be a good sort of practice project, right, for a ROM hack, like sort of tweaking with and working with this kind of stuff. I don't know. Yeah.
What if I just want to pick your brain about ROM hacking for a bit. Like what one question I have is why is Fire Red the one that everyone does a ROM hack of? Why are there so much fewer for like Ruby and Emerald and so on?
I think it's just the one that got picked, really, and the one that got researched the most. I think for whatever reason, the whole ROM hacking community just sort of collectively settled on Fire Red as opposed to Leaf Green. So all the resources that are available, and all the tools that are available, and all the tutorials that are available, they're all based on Fire Red. And there are a few tiny key differences between the versions. There are some technical stuff about offsets and where stuff is located, which is a little different between the versions, but enough that I think they just settled on one version over the other. Why? I'm not sure. Just to pick one, I guess. I have to go out real quick and just confer with my girlfriend for a minute or two about how much longer I have.
No, you go for it. Take your time.
Yeah, sure. I really want to be around for the new legendaries.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I get it. Yeah. Fine.
I'm gonna go
pace while you're gone.
That's all right. Be right back.
Mm-hmm. Hey, bro. Focus. I'm sure there's been a bunch of fun shit that's been said. I've been paying very little attention to chat, so I apologize if anybody felt ignored. Some of these Pokemon I just want to dig out and play with because I haven't done that very much. Oh, I gave Martodon False Sight. Oh. Okay, that looks fun. That's actually really clever. I'm gonna steal that. Why doesn't Leon like that? That's great. I mean, it's kind of... Does he not like it because it's distracting and therefore kind of ironically destroys focus? I feel like that's one legit reason I could think of to not like it. Let me see. So maybe I'll be able to skip ahead. But here's Seven Island. Yeah, absolutely. Oh shit, okay, here's where the strong painters are. Okay. Kidding. Oh my god. I actually wanted to catch and train one of these things too. I like it when the starter types, like water, grass, fire, I like when they're combined. I actually was going to... I was going to catch this thing. This thing is water, grass, and Smorgas, which is fire grass, fire grass, and then Engelrupt, which is water, fire. Have those all in a team together, just for shits and giggles. Okay, this thing I probably want to baton pass. Oh wait, no, I think I can do it. Okay, let's Flare Blitz it. Roma Lady Mia should be on Victory Road, Jesus. Give this to somebody so that we can start. getting some experience. Your fan club? Who the fuck are you? Juggler Mason. It's gonna be so much fun. Getting to use Aeroblast without catching Lugia? Hell yeah. That's awesome.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah,
What's-
my girlfriend says hi.
Hello.
She wasn't sure if that was something. She doesn't. She's very sweet. She doesn't entirely get what this is all about, but she thought it sounded really fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, she's eating breakfast with the kids, and she was like, "Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. We got this. I'll knock if we need you." So
Is she not? Is she
Or-
not like as, like? Did you guys not bond over like nerd stuff quite as much?
no, no, we didn't.
No, fair enough.
She's
Not
got
always like that.
she's got other interests, I think. But she's very yeah. She knows that yeah, this is a hobby of mine, and she thinks, yeah, cool, sounds great. Yeah, got the kids. So I was just saying good morning to them as well, and they're eating breakfast, and I got a little breakfast in here as well. Yeah.
What's your girlfriend do for a living?
And she's studying her master's right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my wife actually just got her master's. I was gonna say, you know, when we were talking about teaching, she actually teaches at a university, but she's getting ready to quit so we can move out. We live in Florida, which I don't know how much you know about the politics of the U.S. like on a regional basis, but Florida is one of the most horrifically conservative parts of the United States, and we moved here because you know, she found work at her university, but so it was a big opportunity for her, and like Florida hasn't always been this bad, so I didn't really clock it, but yeah, it's bad now. And so she has a master's degree, and she teaches at a university, and I do not have a master's degree and just work a job that I don't. The degree I do have isn't even related to the job that I have, and yet somehow I make more money. Like, that's how fucked up it is.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
And yeah. So what's she going to school for?
Her master's is in. I'm never sure how to pronounce that in English because the word is so. It's pedagogy. Pedagogy.
Pedagogy.
What's that? Is that the pronunciation?
Is that the right word? Wait, hold on.
Just
is-
googling it because it's one of those, right? Like, because I realized that my
okay.
English is really good, but like talking about these specific terms, pedagogy, the method and practice of teaching.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
confused that word for another word that sounds like it. I think maybe, I don't know. The some other word that ends in the same. Whatever. Okay, so she's also like into teaching.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
exactly. Yeah.
I want to teach. I don't want to get rid of Stellar Rush, but I also want to see Meteor Mash if it has a different animation or not. not worth it.
I think Meteor Mash has the same animation as in the canon games.
Yeah. I dug Predarom out because I wanted to have fun with. Actually, you know, we were talking about like potential move pool changes. I don't think it would be. I think you could. I mean, you stop me if I'm wrong. This is your ROM hack. I don't want to step on your toes creatively, but couldn't you teach Heat Wave to carry over because it's not actually fire, technically? I'm just thinking, like, I forgot Heat Wave was one of those moves I forgot was in the game, and then I got, it was on Predaram can get it from the move tutor, and I was like, oh right. Heat Wave.
You really want Kiryu to get a fire type move, but yeah, Heat Wave could work, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want it as bad. I don't actually. I don't know. I think the real thing, like if I had to really pick a hill to die on, it would be to like give Blastion like Thunder Punch or something. Just because like I one of the big things that I noticed was like how much like overlap there is between the new types, like Cosmic and Psychic and Fairy Pokemon share a lot of the same moves with each other, and like Digital, Steel, and Electric is the same thing. I noticed in a lot of cases. So when I saw Blastion, I was like, "Oh, cool! It's gonna get like an electric move or two." And I was just bummed when it didn't.
Yeah, that one feels a bit like an oversight as well, because yeah, every other digital type learns electric moves as well. So that one is, yeah, I get that. Yeah, it should have access to some sort of electric moves at least.
Yeah. Yeah, there were some other things like that you changed that I thought were really good. Like I liked that you make, like I actually, when I started playing version 2, I didn't realize, I sort of, whenever a Pokemon learned Extract, I kind of just like, got rid of it as soon as possible. It didn't have priority in version 1, did it?
Oh, right, yeah, I think that's new. Yeah.
Yeah. So when I noticed that, I was like, "Oh shit! It has priority. Oh, okay. This is now This is now a really good move."
Yeah, I like that because it makes it's a pretty low base power move, right? But it gets priority, so it's kind of useful early game and late game, right? It's not.
Yeah,
everything is broken.
And then there's the HP absorbing thing as well. So.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everything in the hack is broken, right? But it's not completely broken early game, and it's still useful late game.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of. So I played. If I had to pick, I know you got limited time, but if I had to pick like one, ROM hack or fan made game for you to check out, in whatever spare time you do have, it would be the Pokemon Infinite Fusion. Which is an RPG Maker game, which means it's like a standalone app. You don't play it on an emulator or whatever. But oh my god, it's so fun. Because you fuse... Like, do you know how the fusion mechanic works? Because it's based on...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's based on the Pokemon Fusion, like, website, where it's just like... It was just kind of like a for fun design thing. Like, hey, check it out. Just fuse Pokemon just to see... I don't know. I don't know the full story behind it, but somebody decided to make a full-blown RPG Maker game out of it. And it's really cool. Like the like you fuse Pokemon, and one of them's the head, and one of them's the body, and the body determines, like, it's a weight. The stats of the fusion. So like the stats of the fusion are like 2/3 of the body's attack, defense, and speed. Plus 1/3 of the other stats, and then it's flipped for the head. So the head gives more special stats and HP, and the body gives more physical stats and speed. And because you can fuse any Pokemon, you can make literally any conceivable typing. And it's just so fun. It's so fun. And people design sprites for the fusions. So not all the fusions have sprites, but a lot of them do, and they make new ones all the time. And oh man, it's so fun.
It's a really cool idea. But yeah, so Infinite Fusion uses the sprites from the website that inspired it, or some of the fusions have custom made sprites, or
Yeah, exactly.
okay, yeah,
There's actually a website. There's a bunch of different websites and like GitHub web apps where you can like preview the Pokemon fusions. Like you can pick two Pokemon, fuse them together, and it'll show you what their stats are. I forget how the abilities are determined, but it's really fun. It's really flexible, and it's also, even though it's an RPG Maker game, they basically recreated Kanto, so it's just so it's not a new like world map or anything like that. But yeah, probably definitely of the RPG Maker games I've played, it's the most fun I've had with those. Followed probably by Pokemon Insurgents.
Does Infinite Fusion, does it have just like every possible combination, every possible fusion?
Yeah, so the Pokedex is something like the Pokedex is like several thousand Pokemon long, because there's a Pokedex. I think the Pokedex entry. So you know how every Pokedex entry is just 2 sentences. So the Pokedex entries are literally just the first sentence from the head and the second sentence from the body. It's not like super in depth, because
Right.
that would be an eternity of work. But what am I trying to say? Oh, so the Pokemon that are in the game are basically everything from generation 1 through 3, and then I think like half the Pokemon from Gen 4, and then like 20 or 30 Pokemon from Gen 5 and 6. I think they're adding new ones, but yeah, so it's a lot, but it's basically I think there actually might be a few Gen 7 Pokemon in there as well, like Sun and Moon, but not many. It's kind of spotty once you get past like Generation 3 and 4, but yeah, it's so fun. And you make different Pokemon, like if you fuse, Venusaur and Charizard, and with Charizard as the body and Venusaur as the head, you'll get a different Pokemon entirely from if you reversed it and did it the other way around.
Right, so you can fuse them in the game as like a mechanic.
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't make that clear. Yeah, there's items that they're called DNA splicers, and you can buy them in bulk, and they're consumables, but you eventually get one that's reusable later in the game that you can just reuse, and you can fuse and like by the time you get to the end of the game, or the end of the main story and into the post game, you can fuse and unfuse Pokemon as many times as you want, and when you fuse them, you actually get the full combined move pools of both Pokemon. So like as you level up, there's a lot of levels where like there's you're learning a move like every level or every other level. Sometimes you learn like multiple moves per level. That's like actually gets a little tedious, but it's really fun. Just because you get to kind of be creative with it,
Right, yeah, that's a fun idea.
There's other cool things like if you fuse, like about the light ball for Pikachu.
Yeah.
You give Pikachu the light ball and it doubles its attack and special attack. So that works for fusions. So if you fuse Pikachu with any Pokemon, that fusion will benefit from the light ball.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, and there's a whole bunch
cool.
of other. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of other cool stuff like that they included.
Because there are a lot of like held items that are specific to kind of weak base Pokemon like Pikachu, and I think Farfetch'd has one as well, and Chansey has one as well.
Yeah. So I think I made an Umbreon Pikachu fusion. So it had it was really strong defensively. So like the Umbreon stats made up for Pikachu's weak defenses, but then it gets the light ball and all of a sudden it hits I had this electric dark bunny that hit like a fucking freight train. I think it was on my Elite Four team. That's how good it was.
Yeah, and you get to sort of like create that yourself. That's really cool.
Yeah, and there's some fusions that are like obviously like fusing Blissey with anything breaks the fucking is just yeah.
Right.
And
Yeah.
yeah, there's a few like based on like some Pokemon make better heads than bodies, but you know you can. It's cool because you can take like I can take a Pokemon like Magcargo and I can fuse it with something that makes up for its crappy stats in other areas, and all of a sudden I've got like a Shell Smash Sweeper that's super powerful.
Mm.
And you can fuse legendaries with regular Pokemon as well. That works.
Right,
Yeah, it's really neat. I made a lot of electric fire types with the base form of Rotom to get Levitate. Like I think I fused like base form of Rotom with Charizard. That was really fun.
You're gonna be. I don't know if you're gonna be really bummed to hear this, but I had a fire electric design that I ended up scrapping for version 2 because I didn't like it quite enough. It didn't. I don't know. It didn't feel. It didn't really feel good enough. The one that I have a pencil drawing of it somewhere, but it didn't. Didn't make the cut. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I think it's enough if I have like, like I really, I'm really enjoying using Predarom right now because it can learn a fire and electric type move. I just it's I remember from when I was a kid playing, Red and Blue, and just really not like there's no way you can make Charizard muscle past a water type, and for a long time it was like that. Like fire types just didn't, and I mean it was probably like this for a lot of types, but a lot of types just didn't get moves that they could use to muscle past their weaknesses. And just in general, like yeah, fire types get Solar Beam, but like then they need Sun, and it's like ugh, and it's I just wanted a fire type with an electric type move. I mean they're both, and it's not like an oil and water thing. Like it's not like electricity and fire cannot ever coexist. I mean, they're both energy and things like that. But yeah, I don't even see it very much in ROM hacks. It's apparently it's hard to sort of come up with a design for.
Yeah, I had one that was like a sort of a ferret kind of thing. That was also a sort of a bomb fuse thing, but it didn't really. I didn't really like the design. It felt a little. Yeah, I don't know.
Actually, I know I don't expect you to actually run with this because the Pokedex is full. I don't think you can. Well, you tell me. I don't think you can add any more Pokemon to this though.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not. Yeah.
But like one idea that I had just looking at it was Oxalisk, the electric dragon type. So you could have made like a branched evolution that was actually a shorted cable that had like an electrical fire.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shit.
I was just thinking like electrical fire, like, and I saw Cordra and Oxalisk and I was like, oh, that could have, and it's a dragon type. So I bet you I haven't actually used Oxalisk that much, but I would be surprised to see that it can't learn flamethrower or something like that. But I don't know, maybe it doesn't. But dragon types can usually learn fire type moves. So. Oh, we got a double battle. Oh, and they're using Martodon too.
That's a really cool idea. Yeah, I'm kind of bummed I didn't get that.
No, you're good. I can't use Heat Wave. That's Data Storm. Data Storm. Fuck that thing right up. Yeah, I'm starting to learn. Like, I actually added that to the spreadsheet. I was like, I made a list of anything that would be quadruple weak to digital or cosmic.
Yeah, Moment Totem is quadruple weak to digital, right? I think it is.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it is.
It's weird that I'm asking you, but you have the spreadsheet and everything.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to make something because the wiki, I'm spoiled by things like Smogon and Cerebi, so the wiki, the fact that the weaknesses and resistances are listed in that table, but they're not like, the types aren't color-coded, my brain's spoiled by the having the colors there to be able to identify with, so I just... But honestly, like, anybody that watches my stream can tell you that any playthrough that I really spend time on, because I do a lot of challenge runs and things like that, I usually make a spreadsheet for it. That's just the kind of person I am, just to keep the information centralized. I've got a Google Drive full of spreadsheets about various games I've played. So yeah, I'm the kind of person that does that to... Yeah, oh god, that playthrough. What was I doing? What did I do in that playthrough? Was I trying to like do like an enforced job system or something like that? Or no, I gave every character had spells that they were allowed to use, and that was it, or something. I don't know. Or like I fucked up the junction system. I don't know. I was trying to make Final Fantasy VIII good. It was rough. Yeah. I don't know. I know of the new games, like a lot of people really like Legends Arceus, but I think it does some things right, but like it also kind of... I think my least favorite thing about Legends Arceus is that it completely does away with all of the under-the-hood mechanics of how Pokemon works. Like, stats work completely differently, and so, like, if you're someone like us that's played Pokemon for a long time, like, all of the knowledge that you enjoy having about how Pokemon works and that you carry with you through the games, all of it goes out the window. It's super frustrating.
Right, yeah, exactly. I think of the newer games, the one that looks the most interesting, is Pokemon Legends Arceus. But like you said, there's no... I think they got rid of abilities as well, and held items.
It's definitely the most... So it's a much higher quality game than Scarlet and Violet. It's much more polished. It's got far fewer bugs. It's objectively a better made game. But as a Pokemon game, it just feels weird because it's like, it's one of those, like, you just run around and catch all the Pokemon, but there's nobody to really battle with the Pokemon. Like, you can battle wild Pokemon, and there's like one spot in the game where they have like a dojo and you can fight people, trainers from the game outside the dojo, but there's basically like 5% of the game maybe is trainer battles, and that's it.
Right.
Shit. I believe I fucked this up. Yeah.
I think you messed it up, yeah.
Yeah. God damn it. What is this even for? Do I need to be doing that? I don't need to be doing that, do I? What's in there? What do you...
No, yeah, I think you need to do it to make
it's the key.
unknown
Yeah.
appear, right?
Yeah.
But I think you can enter the temples just fine without doing it. I think the unknown just don't appear, which in this case are the seal, the braille jellyfish that I replaced unknown with. So I don't think you need to do it actually.
Do they not appear unless I do it?
I think
seal?
Yeah, I think that's it.
So I need to do this if I want to fill the Pokedex, though.
Oh yeah. You don't need
okay.
to do it to encounter the new legendaries, but to get the seal, yeah, you need to do it.
Yeah. Okay. I'll give it one more try, just to see if I can clock it. But if I mess it up again, I'll go for the legendaries.
I'll stand up for a bit.
Okay. Oh, okay. I think. Wait, no, that's not gonna work.
I think the top. Oh wait, I said that. Shut up.
No, I'm trying to decide if I need to push these. I'm trying to decide if these two right here on either side of me can go anywhere else but the spots next to them. I mean, I know they could go down here, but I'm not sure if that would help me.
I think I got the answer if you want.
Go ahead,
Or,
give it
I
to
don't know
me.
if you
Go
want-
ahead, give it to me. I don't care.
Right, the top one just goes in the top, and the next two, you gotta push them from the side into the center, and then up towards the sides once you have the top one in the top. But yeah, and then from the sides, go up and around, and push them from the side into the center, and that way up to
gotcha.
the two corner ones.
To these two on either side.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Ah, I see. Yeah, yeah. I think I got it. Yeah, because I don't think. Well, you couldn't complete the Pokedex in V1. I also thought it was really cool that you just gave the national dex out at the beginning of the game. You know, because it was a bummer in V1 to catch all these Pokemon but not be able to see their Pokedex entries till the end.
Yeah, I think I did
remember-
that because, yeah, giving the national decks right away caused a few problems later in the game with the Lorelei stuff and the Elite Four rematch. It triggered some of the wrong flags, but I eventually found a way to do it that didn't cause these problems. So yeah, I think yeah, it worked out.
Cool. All right. I think one. You know, we kind of talked about this with the encounter tables, but I think it would be cool. Actually, I'm probably speaking too soon here. I don't know what I'm going to encounter on these islands that I haven't already seen, other than the legendaries. I think it would be cool to have some of the more, definitely some of the like happiness or stone-based evolutions be available in the wild later in the game if you're willing to wait. Because I remember there was a lot of that in version 1. So otherwise, there's not a lot, you know, because the whole point is to be able to complete the national dex before the or not complete the national dex, but very nearly complete it, or complete the Kanto dex at the very least. You know, just so that you have something. Potentially, if you're not trying to fill up the decks, you know, beta testing, potentially something interesting to look forward to, you know, on the. I know they're called the Sevi Islands, but I always call them the Orange Islands because I've watched the anime first.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, especially the happiness evolutions, right? Because they take so long.
Yeah, are there? Oh, yeah. I meant to ask you: are there still time of day happiness evolutions?
No, I removed those.
You removed this. I thought you did. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no time of day based evolutions anymore.
I appreciate that.
Was,
yeah.
Yeah, I had a lot of them in version 1 because a lot of those felt, I don't know, they felt thematically kind of fun or appropriate, but it's just tedious. Like having 12 hours a day where an evolution just doesn't work. It's that didn't feel fun. So I reworked those.
I love this thing's Pokedex entry. It's just like, it's a very friendly Pokemon. Doesn't look like it, but yeah.
It's a sort of a gentle giant thing.
Yeah. I keep coming back to this hat because there's so many you know, there's I'm one of those people that like it's like a kid in a candy store. I just like I catch everything, but I eventually have to calm down and just pick, usually one or two teams to sort of focus on. And so there's so many Pokemon that I just like haven't. I probably, I actually discovered, somebody on the wiki posted that sort of analysis in that set for Leviper. And if I hadn't read that comment, I wouldn't have stopped and looked at its move pool and realized that it gets all these like that it's basically like the perfect baton passer.
Yeah.
So it's probably not the only Pokemon that has some like untapped hidden potential that I just haven't clocked yet.
Yeah, I did a few of those where I sort of worked into the stats and the move pool, a sort of niche way to work with them. Another that comes to mind is Maracita, the little
that
mushroom
thing is
guy.
That thing is horrible. Oh my god.
Is it? Because you get Prankster and Spore.
Yeah.
But
That's the other thing is I'm wanted to mention is that like, full disclosure, every single time I've played this hack, I've used the infinite items in the PC thing to get big mushrooms. Because oh my god. And I noticed that you put fuck, I can't remember the other mushroom Pokemon's name. The one
Cordyvile.
Cordyvile, yeah. I noticed that you put it and Maracita on the same route, so it's like a good mushroom farming spot. But like, I feel like I think especially Maracita should be guaranteed to carry a big mushroom for the trouble that it is to fight.
I think it is. Is it guaranteed now? I think I switched the tiny mushroom and the big mushroom at least, so that it has a higher chance to hold a big mushroom at least. So you spend ideally a little less time farming. But yeah, that spot is totally for mushroom farming.
Maybe it's Cordyvile then that you did that on, because I definitely spammed Thief on it in several encounters, Maracita that is, and didn't get anything. So at least one of its item slots is empty.
Yeah, it has like these two item slots, and Maracita has big mushroom first and tiny mushroom second, and Cordyvile has its first item slot is empty, and it has big mushroom on its second item slot.
Got it. Okay. Maybe that's.
But I think the first item spot isn't guaranteed. I think it's just a higher percentage chance. I'm not sure it's guaranteed. It's just a bit higher, but I don't think it's 100%.
Got it. Okay, so
actually.
I misunderstood how that worked then, because I thought if it had an item in both slots, I thought you were guaranteed to steal one of them. But
yeah, I don't remember the percentages, but it's higher on the first item slot, but not, I don't think it's 100%.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But yeah, Maracita is yeah. Prankster and Spore is evil.
I think someone in my chat asked you this earlier, but forgive me if they did, but I just want to know like what some of your favorites are and like what like gimmicks maybe that I've missed or that I haven't pointed out or maybe don't know about that you think are really cool.
Gimmicks that I haven't pointed out, I think.
Or that I haven't pointed out.
Right. I think all of the Magan forms, right, the infested forms, I think that idea was really fun to me. But we talked about that plenty, I think. I think from version 1, Morticeps, I think was really cool. Mega Crypt as well, I really like. Yeah, and the new pseudo legendary Propulsion, I ended up really liking. I don't know if there are any sort of gimmicks that.
Yeah, I was thinking of something like kind of like Leviper, where it's something that unless you stop and look at its move pool closely, you might not notice.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Not off the top of my head right now.
Gotcha. Well, what are just some of your favorites? Like, what are like? Well, I guess you already told me. But
Yeah. Yeah. It's just kind of hard. It's hard to pick one, right? Blastion I really liked as well. I'm a sucker for the fire type as well. Most of my monotype runs have been with the fire type.
really,
So I
all
really,
right.
yeah, I've done it. Yeah, I did the. Once I had this, poker community had these threads with the ultimate monotype challenges where you posted your monotype challenges through the different generations, and I did from Pokemon Red up until Gen 5 or something with just fire type monotype challenges. Yeah, that was really fun.
I remember like this Brock's Bullrocks that's something else.
Yeah,
I think that was the first thing that hooked me about
well.
this hack is fighting Brock and dealing with that Bullrocks, and I was like, oh shit, it's gonna be one of those kind of games.
Yeah, I never set out to make a challenging, difficult hack, but yeah, Brock is a difficulty spike for sure.
I think it just happens organically because it's unfamiliar, you know. You don't know how all the types work yet. You don't know any of these Pokemon yet. So, I mean, I do appreciate the increased difficulty in V2, where like all the gym leaders have more Pokemon. All of the Elite Four have like a full team of 6 instead of 5. And just generally things are higher level. But yeah, I think a lot of it is just organically from the unfamiliarness of it. I really like this thing too. How is there not a bug dragon dragonfly in the canon Pokemon games? Like, what the fuck? How is that not? How? Just
I know, right? It feels like it's right there. How? Why isn't it a thing?
this was on my Elite Four team in my first playthrough as well. That's on my spreadsheet, I think. So I think you probably saw it, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious as well to the spreadsheet you have. You have this tab called Analyses.
I was going to try and write analyses for some Pokemon, and then I lost motivation because I was like, this seems like a bit of more work than I can chew with that. But I just like to keep. Yeah, so let me pull up the spreadsheet on the side here. Yeah, so like, you know, I wanted to have sheets where I like to have things where. Yeah, so the fully evolved tab, if you're looking at the V2 spreadsheet, which I believe I sent you. So I like to have lists where like things are... Sorry, go ahead. Did I not send it to you?
Yeah, I think it's the V2 spreadsheet I have here.
Yeah, it says V2 in the title. Yeah, so yeah, so I like to have stuff where it's like, I like to see everything sorted by base stat total, sorted by HP, sorted by... Yeah, because I like to see that stuff. And then I made the type... the V2 type spreadsheet where it's a list. I made this so that I could look into doing a monotype challenge because I'd never done one before. So I wanted to see like what my options were. I did, you know, I guess, you know, only so many Pokemon fit in the game, but, you know, I did, notice that, what was I trying to say? Oh, right. So there still is not a rock cosmic or a fighting cosmic. And I noticed that like the fighting type in particular gets really good coverage with either of the new types. I think fighting digital and fighting cosmic hit like 8 out of 20 types super effectively, which like, whoa.
Yeah, but that's not a balancing thing, right? I didn't really like, you have a digital fighting, right, in Mega Hexpert.
No, yeah, no, I know that.
But I just never came up with a good design for a cosmic fighting type. I just the idea just wasn't there.
I pictured like, you know, some sort of like, it's kind of cheesy, but I pictured some like fucking like superhero or something, I don't know. I'm not even like super into that kind of thing aesthetically, but it popped into my head. And then for rock cosmic, I was like, an asteroid, surely. I don't know.
Yeah, I have a few sketches, pencil drawings as well that didn't make the cut. I had a cosmic rock sort of turtle thing, where its shell was kind of the planet-like. Yeah, didn't make the cut either.
Right. Ice, I really want to do an ice type monotype run because it's just like it's like a totally new type now. And I just think it would be really cool to have like because I actually really I wanted to try the ice version of Spectrab. Can't remember its name, but I wanted to try it because Ghost doesn't have any interactions with those types, so it basically just adds extra resistances, which I think is really neat because it's an ice type, and you don't think of an ice type as adding resistances to anything.
Right, yeah, Spectrib.
Spectrib, yeah. The names are different, but not different enough to where I've memorized them yet.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, they couldn't, they didn't really work as, because the regional variants in the canon games obviously have the same names.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, the way I've worked these into the game, that didn't quite work, so I had to come up with names that were similar, but sort of, kind of, in a way, reflected their new typing. And, yeah.
There's actually,
perfect, but,
you know, I know you haven't played the new games, but like there's actually precedent for that now in the canon games because I think Quagsire and a couple of other Pokemon get regional variants in Scarlet and Violet that have different names.
Yeah, and they take up like they work as an entirely different species in the Pokedex.
Yeah, but they're very clearly.
Is one as well.
Yeah, I think the way it was actually kind of neat, even though the games kind of overall suck. But they basically they explained it as like convergent evolution, which, you know,
Right, yeah.
what a thing to not have had in Pokemon up until now.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a cool idea to make these Pokemon that look similar. They're regional variants, but they're biologically completely different. Like Tentacool is a jellyfish, and it's a Toadstool. It's called. It's like a little fungus. So
Yeah,
I think it's a cool idea, even if the newer games are what they are.
yeah. I mean, it's just there's not really anything wrong with any of the new Pokemon. It's just everything around that. It's just ugh. It's just tedious. It's work.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't even have a problem with like many of the new designs, even the even some of the more controversial ones. I think there are a lot of great ideas there and a lot of great designs. But yeah, the games themselves are we talked about that.
Yeah, I'll never remember. Wow, I'll never forget when Black and White first came out, because I was like, I think when Black and White came out, I was like 22, 23, and a buddy of mine actually went to, I don't know if you guys have Walmart over there. You know, you might. Who knows? That cancer might have spread to Europe, but Walmart's like this big, you know, huge department store where you can buy like it's like a grocery store, but they've also got like electronics and clothes, and a lot of them are open 24/7. So we drove in like the middle of the night, the day after it came out. It was like 1 or 2 in the morning, and like an hour away to this 24-hour Walmart just to pick up copies of Black and White, and it's just one of those fond memories. And then Black and White themselves were amazing. I can't wait until people are able to do. I'm sure there probably is a ROM hack or two of Black and White, but I think it would be really cool to have like one of the things, as much as I love Black and White, it's hard to go back and play them because they don't have the fairy type. That feels missing,
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a bummer because other than that, I love them so much. That was like, it's funny because like they were like controversial at the time. I don't know why, but like it was just amazing because it was like all new Pokemon, and a ton of them. None of the old ones. Just yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, I think Black and White actually sold the worst of any of the mainline Pokemon series, and that's just, to me, Black and White 2 just does so much right that I wish they would have gone forward with the series. And the fact that they are the worst selling games of the series is just, that's
tragic.
Yeah, that's a bummer. It's tragic. Yeah. It's funny because Black and White was also sort of my Pokemon Renaissance. We didn't have a Walmart and we didn't drive there in the middle of the night, but actually a friend of mine, we got this Pokemon Renaissance together with Black and White as well, after having been out of the Pokemon loop for a few years. So that's just funny.
Not actually sure why I switched to Flowtech. Whenever I switch, I blank on what Pokemon I'm fighting. And I keep switching with Volt Switch, so I can't go back and check. Alright.
Oh, you're almost at the ruins, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm moving. I'm moving slow,
Right.
but I'm trying to.
Oh, you get to heal in the house right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, awesome. He doesn't turn around. Or I don't even know if that's a trainer or not. Okay. Sure. Why not? I don't think I've ever done that before.
That's canon. That I did not.
That's canon? Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't think I ever did that.
I think in the canon games, I think it's a Chansey dance. So I
Okay.
edited it to to
Oh,
spin
yeah,
time.
because you get the Lucky Punch here.
Yeah.
Doesn't the Lucky Punch, like, increase Chansey's critical hit ratio? Like, of all the useless things to give a Chansey?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's so weird.
Hell yeah, I'd like to surf. Alright. Oh, no, I don't want to fish. God damn it. Well, sure, why not? Maybe we'll get up the seal. No, it's one of these things. These things are everywhere. It took me quite a while to get a thick glove from a cadaver. Quite a while. I actually exhausted Thief's PowerPoints like 5 times.
You can only get a thick club from Cadaver, and I'm just checking right now. It's in the second item slot, so it even has a pretty low chance. I think it might be worth fixing that.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not even sure if you can use Thief on the Nocturium that appears at the top of the Pokemon Tower, because I think that should hold Thick Club. I don't know.
Right. Okay. I'm triple checking right now. Do I have? Yeah, this might be a problem because I think I'm put everything that can do status effects in the box. Yep, I sure did. What's the catch rate on these things? Is it like
It's low. It's 5 or something, I think.
it's okay.
It's yeah, it's 5 on all of them. Yeah. And just a quick note, I didn't make it yet so that they respawn. So if you knock them out, that's
Okay. Good to
yeah,
know.
yeah. I kind of want to edit that, but I didn't kind of edit the script in some way. But yeah, you get one shot at them.
I do have False Swipe. I think Do any... Yeah, I'm sitting here, I'm wishing there was a TM for a status move. I know Thunder Wave's a tutor move. There's no... There's any... I don't know, maybe I can... I have a lot of Ultra Balls, it's just... I don't know. I'll catch one and then we'll see how bad it is. Yeah, totally. I have this thing where, like, in between, when I'm playing on an emulator, I tend to let things just idle, and so my time, like, racks up really fast. I definitely have not been playing for 314 hours.
14 hours.
I'm not crazy, I promise. I do have a life.
Alright.
Weepth Chamber?
Yeah, those are canon names as well.
Oh, okay, perfect. Why did I think these were in the ocean? That is another thing. Predarom getting download, like, when it's, like, it's special attack, it's good, but Predarom's attack is so low that, like, download and attack is, like, yeah.
Yeah, download feels very circumstantial, right? It helps against some, and boosting its attack is, yeah.
It's okay, though. I don't, yeah. Let's see here. I don't remember the last time I completed a Pokédex in a canon Pokemon game. I mean, I think I've gotten close, but they introduced so many event Pokemon that you, like, basically you blink and you miss the opportunity to ever have them forever unless you hack. And cheating devices, like hardware cheating devices, have been really hit or miss since, like, the days of the DS. And I don't have a... I was an idiot and I updated my Switch, so I can't jailbreak it. Yeah, so it's basically impossible to complete the Pokédex in a lot of those games. But I don't remember what you get for completing the Pokédex in Fire Red. So now you can talk
I
to
actually
the,
don't either. I don't think I've ever completed the Pokédex, not even in my own game.
Well, there's a Game Sharker action replay code that just completes it for you. I know that because I've been, been looking at various cheats. I tried to look for a cheat that would let you edit EVs, and not IVs, but just EVs, and I was shocked to discover that there basically isn't one for Fire Red. Like, how is, this game's how many years old? And, like, they haven't figured out something like EVs? Like, surely. But no, there's nothing. I looked.
Right, that seems like it should be, given at this point it's 20 years old, and the game has really been picked apart.
Yeah, and I, my job, I Google things basically for a living. I'm really good at Googling things, and I couldn't find it.
It's a genuine skill.
Yeah. I'm actually really excited to see these things. So I'm gonna lead with... I don't know which one this is, so I don't know which stat. Do you... I mean, I guess we'll find out when we actually fight it. But...
Yeah, it's the Weepth Chamber, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think... Should I say, or do you just want to find out?
Let me see if I can guess just by looking at it.
Right.
Defense?
Yeah, defense, yeah.
Oh, really? Nice. Alright. Ooh, level 70. Goodness. Okay. moves is okay. So it's Steel Ghost. I'm gonna try and baton pass some boosts. I also just want to see what moves it gets, because if it has a lot of physical moves, I might be in trouble. Okay, that's not bad. Lowered. Oh, great! Fucking lowered my special defense. Yeah. I have Quiver Dance on the Viper just for passing, not for its own use. But
All right, but hold on. My girlfriend's knocking. What's it? Just
gotcha.
Jeg kommer ind for den næste halve time.
So it's got Shadow Claw, Flash Cannon, Shadow Ball. I don't know if I've seen it use anything else. Oh, right, Martydon as coil. Okay. I can probably just pass this now.
Farceuse.
Hello, small child.
We're joined by my my daughter.
Well, hello. I
So she's
Yeah.
yeah, just came in. She's just drawing next to me. So if I switch to Danish, this is for my daughter.
no, yeah. It's weird hearing a small child talk in a language I don't understand. It's crazy.
Yeah. She's asking what you're saying.
I'm saying words in a language that has a very sordid history.
Sort of history, right?
Yeah. Yeah. My wife and I are both like both don't want kids, but we have a nephew, and probably the closest I'll ever get, and I'm his favorite uncle, and so I'm cool with that. I'm one of those people that like I actually really like kids. I just don't want to have my own. I tend to be pretty good with them.
Yeah, I have a. This is our oldest. She's growing right now. She's almost 3, and we have one who's she's 1 year old.
Yeah.
Right. So you're battling 10 So
yeah. My Martodon died, and I'm feeling like I should just reload because I don't think I'm going to be able to. I mean, I don't know.
Well, that was your false swipe user, right?
Yeah, and I had baton passed a crap ton of boost to him, and he got crit by Shadow Claw, of course.
Right.
Trying to see here if there's anything I can chip him down with. I have no idea what she's saying, but it sounds funny.
She's saying papagoi over and over. I don't know why. It's parrot in Danish. It's just the word parrot. Du må ikke tage med den der, hvis det Did I mute my mic while she's talking?
No. I can hear you. Yeah, no, it's Oh, should you mute your mic? No, you're good. I don't care.
Okay, cool.
I mean, you can mute yourself if you want to, but I'm not gonna mute you. Also, for me, streaming, the game is louder relative to your voice than it sounds on the Twitch stream, if that makes any sense.
Right.
So yeah, actually, like, you know, it's not bad. All right, I'm gonna start tossing them.
Yeah, I don't think they get any sort of recovery.
Yeah, that's the other thing is I'm like, you know, eventually they're gonna run out of PowerPoints, and you know that'll suck.
Oh yeah. She's asking what your name is.
I do not give even my mods. I have like 2 mods that know my real name. I'm very careful about giving that out on the internet, as I'm sure you can understand. But I answer to, yeah, people. I tell my chat like they can just call me Rose. I don't care. Rose Red Flechette is actually the name of my music project, and so I just called my Twitch channel the same thing.
Right.
It's a name that I came up with for my music project when I was like 20, and it just kind of stuck.
What even is Flechette, really? I don't even know that.
A Flechette is it's a kind of ammunition, actually. It's a steel dart. It's like, I don't know, I was trying to be edgy, and I was like, let me juxtapose something beautiful and natural with something destructive and whatever. And the idea of flechettes is, I found comical at the time, because they're extremely destructive, like armor-piercing bits of ammunition that, you know, the United States drops on people in big canisters whenever we, you know, do that thing. And they don't, there's no explosive component, there's no gunpowder, they're literally just steel darts.
Right.
So it's like it's basically like a high-tech nail bomb almost.
Yeah, right, I found a picture of it.
Yeah, and I I and then I got older and got developed politics, and the color red has significance to me, and it's always been my favorite color anyway. And so I was like, whatever, I'll stick with it, and I'm not going to change it after I've been using it for like, going on 20 years now. So
Yeah. I got all that, but my attention is a little split at the moment.
you're good. It's not super important, but yeah.
Hvad siger du? Ja, der er mange dyr, ja. Yeah, so I'm switching a bit back and forth between Danish and English now.
It's fine. Yeah, Lucy and Leon switch back and forth with German all the time.
I speak a bit German as well, but doesn't seem to be any point in it right now.
Yeah.
Griner dig. Jeg synes, du er sjov.
Yeah, if I prepared for this properly, I would have brought something with like an accuracy lowering move and paralysis. That's usually what I do is I use Thunder Wave to paralyze, and then I drop their accuracy until they can't hit me. And Lucy, you guys underestimate your, like, I know I say this all the time, but like, there's nothing wrong with your English.
Right, I think it's a very sort of cliche thing, right? For a lot of Europeans with English as a second language, it's a very typical thing to like, oh, I'm sorry for my English, and it's just fluent, it's perfect.
Yeah, no, it's yeah.
I think I feel like it's kind of a stereotype almost.
Yeah, it's just funny to me as someone from the US who really wishes they could speak more than one language and knows many people. Like there's in different regions of the United States there are accents. Like in the Northeast and like Massachusetts, like the Boston accent is a really well known one. The Boston accent is just people saying words wrong. That's all it is. There's
some Boston accent.
They're just like they get just whole vowel sounds just wrong.
It's just objectively wrong English.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even in a country as small as Denmark, we have like these very different dialects. Like if someone who grew up in like Copenhagen and someone who grew up in the southern part of Jutland in Denmark, like they both speak Danish, but especially southern Danish, it sounds like that dialect. They have different grammatic rules. It's almost a different language.
The other thing is like a lot of the, other than aside obviously from like the Nordic languages, a lot of the languages I'm most fascinated by and would most like to learn are like endangered, and so wouldn't be that useful. Like my other, I mentioned my dad's family was from Sweden. The other side of my family is Irish, and Gaelic is not. I mean, it pretty much is an endangered language, I think. I've always wanted to learn it. That would be a really hard one, I think, though.
Yeah, there are a few of those in like Gaelic and Scot. I think Scot is its own language. Scots.
I know Welsh is.
Yeah,
I don't
Gaelic.
know about Scots. Maybe it is. Who knows?
Yeah, there are a few of those, and a lot of those draw. Like there are a lot of similarities between a lot of those and Nordic languages because of Vikings and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Han er lige der.
Icelandic too. Like I really you know, I watched. There was a show on Netflix a while ago that was actually all in. It was set in Iceland and it was all in Icelandic. And I just found that I actually really like watching films and movies and TV shows and stuff like that. It was actually a TV show. Actually, it wasn't a movie, but it was set in Iceland. It was all in Icelandic, and I just found it a joy to listen to. And
Du var den her hos næste uge gang, så skabte jeg, og så var det her og skov, og så var de her ur, så var de her ur, så var de to, så skulle man ikke spise og sådan noget. Og så var det, og så skulle man have det, og så det.
Yeah, she's telling a story, my daughter. It's kind of incomprehensible even in Danish.
She
Yeah.
still probably speaks Danish better than I do, which is really funny to think about.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Icelandic and Faroese as well. When they speak the Faroe Islands, those languages are very similar.
Yeah, I've heard of Faroese. Yeah.
Yeah, she really wants me to tell you, I think, about her drawing. She gets upset when I switch tabs and she can no longer see you. Yeah.
I'm still here, I promise.
Ja, det er pænt. Jeg skal fortælle ham, at du har lavet en tegning. Skal jeg fortælle ham det? Ja. Okay, nu har jeg fortalt ham det. Ja, hun har lavet en tegning. Så.
I wonder if I have.
Yeah, so I just told. She thinks I just told you in Danish about her drawing. I was about to say that calmed her down a bit.
Må jeg tegne den lille?
Nej, det må du ikke tegne med.
Og jeg tegner.
Nej, du må tegne med den der, det er din.
Jeg vil tegne med den der.
Det må du ikke.
I wonder if she can draw better than me. She might be able to.
I mean, I'm biased, of course, but I think, yeah. I think obviously she's amazing at drawing.
These days, I mean, it's rare for me to even pick up a pen or a pencil for anything.
Okay.
Always feels weird.
I have to hop off real quick and help her with something. Be right back.
No problem. Okay. I should just teach Flowtech Waterfall. Fuck it. All right. Amazing. Okay. Think. I'm wondering. Oh, this guy. Oh, okay, this guy. I found the guy that can separate my parasitized Pokemon. I have no shame. I still have, like, I carry my challenge run brain with me everywhere, so it feels weird to use rare candies, but, like, I keep having to remind myself I'm beta testing, so it's the rules don't apply here. Honestly, it was good for science to even test whether the cheats worked. See how fast we can run back there. How am I doing on repels? I used up a lot of repels just kind of wandering around aimlessly. Okay, I think I'll be fine. Oh, okay. What I just realized is that I didn't even need to give Flowtech Waterfall. There's no waterfalls here. Wow. Alright. Starting with... Well, actually, you know what I just realized is that False Swipe won't even work because it's a ghost type. God damn it. Wow, I didn't even think about that. These things might be much more of a nightmare to catch than I realized.
Right, I'm back. We're still joined by my daughter.
I feel spoiled. We've gotten you for a lot longer than I thought we would. So don't feel, you know, if you need to hop off, you know, don't feel bad. But yeah,
Yeah, I think my time is almost up. I think. She's got a project with a chair right now. 1 second.
Right, I'm back again.
Yep. Yeah, so I don't know if you heard me, but I just realized that I can't even use false swipe here because they're ghost types. I just registered that.
Yeah, I didn't even catch that myself. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, this is really fun. Like, you know, like I was saying earlier, like I've never done anything like this before, and honestly, like, you know, we definitely lucked out with, because like, you know, like we were saying, like strangers on the internet and everything. So that was really cool. Yeah, I know that your time is limited and you don't get a lot of time for Twitch, but you know, you're of course more than welcome to stay in the Discord. I don't know how much time you get for Discord either, but I'm sure I'll play this again at some point. It's most of my favorite ROM hacks I've played numerous times. I think my favorite non-Pokemon ROM hack was probably I don't know if you're into Metroid games at all, but there was one that was based on I'm really annoyed because I actually can't remember what it was called, but it was based on like Metroid Prime 2 with like Dark Samus. But it was a hack of Super Metroid. And they like completely redesigned the map and used like new like palette, color palette completely redesigned. All the tiles are different. It was just a really good like Metroidvania experience, and yeah, so I was excited to support something like this.
Yeah, I'm really glad you. Wait. Hold on. Ja, sådan her. Sådan der. 2 sekunder, Finn. 2 sekunder. 2 sekunder. Yeah, I think it's been really fun as well, and I've been able to stay on for much longer than I thought. Big thanks to my very supportive girlfriend. I think I'll. Yeah, my daughter needs something else right now, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll probably check up on the Discord from time to time, and yeah, for sure, locked out that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll probably keep. Actually, I don't know. I might cut the stream after you hop off, but regardless, I do save almost everything I do on Twitch. So, you know, if you ever have spare time, or just are bored and want to, like, I'm pretty sure my original playthrough of your ROM hack is still saved somewhere in my old VODs. You know, if you ever wanted to watch that. But yeah, there'll be a stranger, and you know, we can see you around the Discord.
Yeah, for sure. I love that. Yeah. Yeah, thanks. And thanks to everyone in the chat. It's been so nice. I don't have much else right now, and my attention is elsewhere now.
You're good.
So,
You're good. Yeah, this is fun. Thank you for the amazing ROM hack, and yeah, I'll see you around.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Bye.
All right, man. Take care.
Yeah, sure. You too.
All right, I'm going to, I don't know if I still feel like, let's see, how many people are still in chat? How many people are lurking around? All right, so there's still 4 people. I'm pretty sure one of those, Amanda left the Twitch stream up on her PC. Yeah, I'll see if I can catch this fucking thing. Because... yeah, I would really like to. Damn it, nope, that was too much. Come on. Wonder how many Ultra Balls it'll take me. Yeah. Trying to think if there's any other moves I have I could hit it with that would not kill it. Uh, It'll be rough catching all these. Okay, alright, we got it in the red. This is the really defensive one too. Though I'm sure the ones that are more offensive are gonna be a nightmare. Oh, hey, Nightbot. Has Nightbot posted this entire time? Nightbot's been slacking. Nightbot's been slacking big time. Alright. Yeah, it's supposed to post once, I think, per hour if there have been a certain number of messages in the chat. And yet, yeah, so it feels weird that it waited until now. But... yeah, absolutely. I also noticed... hold on, let me look at the Discord again. Yeah, I noticed Nightbot is not on the Discord anymore. It used to be there with StreamCord and the Automata, the bot role. I don't know where it went. Maybe I need to sign back into it or something. I think after I catch this thing or something happens, that's probably when I'll cut it, because I need to get up and stretch and eat and all that stuff. Oh yeah. I think I'm gonna go ahead and cut it. Yeah. Well, this is fun. Thanks everybody for showing up and hanging out. We had a nice busy chat earlier. There was, I think we had a total of, it was you, Leon, Trance, Lanius, Amanda, J-Dot. Yeah, so not a bad turnout. Yeah, that was lightning in a bottle. I don't know if anything like that's ever going to happen again, but it was important to me to do. But yeah, and thank you for sticking with it for so long. Yeah, take care, comrades, and I guess next week I'll probably try and get in a Final Fantasy IX stream before we go to Asheville to apartment hunt to get out of Florida. But yeah. Okay, bye.